with everyone's favorite detective, Harry, or as we call him, Raphael Cousteau. And I'm excited to pick it back up because in our last episode, I believe we actually made a plot-moving choice. We still haven't gotten free rent at the Whirling and Rags, but we did get, what's his name, the incredibly racist guy to move for us so that we could talk with the fellow who's in charge of everything. So we made some progress, but we need to backtrack a little bit to talk to what's her name on the yacht. So we've got some things to do. But it's good to finally be back in the world of Disco Elysium, and it's so good to have all of you on the program today. Again, I can't see chat for a bit, but we're live right now on Facebook. Finally be back in the world of Disco Elysium and Twitter. Jocelyn on Facebook says, "Yay, the return of the Superstar Cop." That's right, Jocelyn. It's time for the return of the Superstar Cop, everyone's favorite Superstar Cop. And it's also time for the return of my last cigar. I have to wait for a new shipment of cigars to come on in. There we go. Oh! Did I forget my coffee? Oh, this is a tragedy. We can't have this show without coffee. I must have left it outside. I'll be right back. I had to track it down. I got it. We're good to go. Okay. I don't have 2 pints of coffee today. Just one. Just getting by with only 1 pint of coffee today. But that should last us the full 4 hours. Lewis on Facebook says, "Hey Ox, how are you doing today?" I'm doing really good. Got a decent amount of sleep last night. It wasn't quite as much as I needed, but it was a decent amount. And I was really gratified to read all of the comments that you have been leaving on my latest episode of the story of Fallout 76 Wastelanders, because in the latest episode, I created a new intro musical sequence. And it was a lot of fun, and it's always, you never know how people are going to react to it, and I got some really good positive reactions, so I was really pleased about that. If you missed it, check out my latest video on the story of Fallout 76. It's an interesting one because we continue with the story of the Hornwrights. That's right, the Hornwrights of pre-war Appalachia days. I won't spoil it for those who haven't watched the episode yet, but the Hornwrights come back in some small form to Appalachia, which is really interesting. And we got to explore that and meet a very interesting new character. So I'm working hard. I'm hard at work on the next episode in the Fallout 76 storyline, but we're kind of getting to the end of it. We've only got a few episodes left before we hit the vault. And the vault episode is going to be huge. I don't know how I'm going to do it because it's just huge. I'm going to have to split it up, I think, into multiple different episodes. Like one episode on the story about getting into the vault, and then another episode on the actual vault lore, which I don't even know if I've gotten all of that yet. So it's going to be a complicated video to do. But anyway, I'll worry about that when I get there. for right now, we've got a bunch of other stuff to get through. All right, finally, YouTube is telling me that I'm live on YouTube. And what is it? It's 5 minutes after I went live. YouTube is finally telling everybody that I'm live. It's funny because on Facebook, instant notification. But on YouTube, everyone trickles in because YouTube takes forever. Josh Bunton says, Ox, we want more of the bear. Lol. Right, the bear in the chair. The bear in the chair. He was the star. And it's hard to compete with the bear. And MeWe in the chat says, thank you for liking my tweets, Ox, and, well, thank you for giving me the idea for my own new streaming schedule. I hope it helps. I kind of figured things out as I go along. I saw your tweet, and I'm glad you took a break, and I'm glad you're back, and that you've got your streaming schedule, and that I was able to inspire you with your own live streams. But, I sort of just kind of figure things out as I go along, and I hope that my schedule will work for you. I'm probably going to be changing my own schedule in the near future as new games come out and I have to make adjustments. Daniel Russell says there's a Fallout VR. Yeah, they released Fallout 4 VR several years ago now. And I live streamed the entire game of Fallout 4 VR with my VR headset when it came out. And that playlist is organized and available on my channel. So, Douglas, oh no. Douglas Delegard in chat today says, unable to super chat, had to cancel the card due to fraud, waiting for one new one to arrive. Well, Douglas, you've been a staunch supporter of the program for a very long time, so it's good to see you. Sorry to hear about your card, and I hope it works out for you soon. And welcome Sean Fernango. I think that he became a member again. Either that or he's becoming a brand new member. Julian Z says, so Ox, with Wastelander's story end on the horizon, what will be the next big lore project for the Fallout series? Thanks so much for all of the extra streams. You're welcome. Well, I've been enjoying all of my live streams. And I've been, like last week, I streamed every single day except for the weekend for 4 hours a day. And on Thursdays, I did 8 hours of live stream. That's a lot of live streaming. Yeah, so I've been really getting into the live streams. I'm hoping that it becomes a big staple for the channel. But in terms of new lore, I'm going to finish Fallout 76 Wastelanders, the story of it, and then there are an assortment of side locations and side quests and odd things in Fallout 76 that I'm interested in and that I want to explore with lore videos. They don't really fit into the story of Wastelanders, but they're part of the world and I want to explore them. But then I also want to tackle Fallout Tactics. I tried it once, and the squad-based combat was really clumsy and clunky. For me, that's how I felt when I tried it. But after having played Wasteland 3 and really enjoying the combat and falling in love with the game, I'm going to try Tactics again to see if I can really wrap my head around it and get through the levels so that we can finally explore the lore. I have a feeling that when I sit down to do my lore videos on Tactics, that I won't linger very long on the combat, on the battles and all of that. I might just sort of briefly explain the overarching battle or something and then move on to the story, which is what people are interested in. But yeah, I do want to tackle Tactics, get Tactics taken care of. I know people are wanting me to do the full story of Fallout 4. I don't know when I'm going to do that because, I feel like I've pretty much covered everything with Fallout 4. I know that I haven't done a straight up scripted lore series where we've got the intro music video and then, a 30 to 50 minute segment exploring this part of the story. But, for every single faction, and it would be an enormous commitment, frankly. It would take a year. I would be committing myself to tackling the story of Fallout 4 for like a year or more. And all these new games are coming out. So I don't know. We'll see. The new guy says, it's disco time. By the way, Ox, why does your latest stream of Resident Evil end suddenly in the middle of the game? Well, it doesn't end in the middle of the game. It ends at the very end of the game, or at the very end of the live stream, right before I kill the boss. And I actually explained this on Twitter and in a comment on my YouTube video, which I pinned to the top of the video. I was streaming live on Thursday, Scotch and Smoke Rings, and then for some reason YouTube cut the feed. and I don't know why. And I was also streaming on Facebook and Periscope, and that problem didn't happen. So it wasn't me, it wasn't my computer or my internet connection, or even the service I was using to send my signal. It was something on YouTube's end where they just cut the feed, and I don't know why. But I did beat that end boss, and I've got the Facebook recording linked in the comment section of that video, so you can watch the very end on Facebook if you missed it on YouTube. So it's all there. Apocalypse Eternal says, 2 jokes. I tried a German sausage for the first time. It was the worst I ever had. And what's a Wastelander's favorite Blondie song? Atomic. And then he says, sorry. No, I love homemade jokes like that. The creativity and the effort that goes into them just never gets old. Never gets old. Kevin says YouTube is doing that to other channels too. Right. I mean, I don't think it's persecution or anything like that. I think that they've made a bunch of new changes to their streaming platform, and you know, it's got flaws, it's got kinks. I'm not particularly happy with most of the changes they've made, and I don't think it makes it a better platform for streaming games. And I was actually really vocal with them before they released these changes. They used my channel as a testing. Like they gave me some tests that I looked at, and I didn't like it. But they didn't listen to me. So they didn't listen to me at all. So whatever. Don't ask me. Chininator says, hey, Oxhorn and Ox. That's hey there, Chininator. Good to see you. And Mr. Truth says, which side are you on? Loving the song. Take my money. Thank you, Mr. Truth. Yep. Which side are you on? A Bob Seger song. Well, I mean, it was a song made popular by Bob Seger. I think it was Bob Seger. I forget. Anyway, it was a union song, a pro-union song written in the 30s and 40s. Coal miners of Appalachia. Actually, I don't think it really was Appalachia. Maybe it was. I forget where it was. Alabama, something like that. All right, let's get to it. Coffee. Oscotron on YouTube says, hey Ox, fan of you since inventing swear words. Greetings from Hungary, my friend. Stay classy. Stay classy, my friend, and thanks for being a long-time supporter. Spencer on Facebook says, I heard this joke the other day and thought it would be perfect for this program. Why does the chicken cross the road? Because? Really? Because? Oh, Spencer. I mean, I have to admit, I haven't heard that before. It's nice. Okay, all right. We've got, let's see, did we talk to this guy? I think we did. We had a full conversation with this guy.
Hola, Wandering Man. How can I help you?
Yep. Now, let's take a look at our quest log. Hold on. Ask Renee about the photo. The photo you found at the Night Watch's booth. The one with, oh yeah, that's right. We found, let's go take care of that task, and we'll do that first since it's actually close by. Damn, that felt good. Your heart's pounding nicely. You should tell people to screw off more often. We can turn to Kim and say, hey Kim, I think I should tell people to screw off more often. It felt really good. And Kim says not as a general rule, but that one was justified. Better to get the lay of the land before telling people to screw off. And we pass an authority check. That means you should do it whenever you feel like somebody's disrespecting your authority. Screw yeah, mother people, we can say, or it's not really my style. We'll say screw off, mother people. That's the spirit, and we get a healed morale, but a damaged health. Oh, God. And we gain 5 experience. Never forget, the whole world's a wooden house, and you're a doggone flamethrower. Wow, we're just the best kind of guy, aren't we? What time is it? All right, it's just afternoon. Now, the old-timer, he's down here chatting with his friend, right? Hey, wait a minute. These guys are new. But I can't interact with them. All right, I'm trying to remember where he was. I remember there was like a roundabout. Oh, there he is. Renee, the officer. Hold on, tell you what, we don't really need this in our hand anymore. Let's put... Yeah, why not?
Officer! God damn it, pull yourself together, René. What do you want?
We can pass. Ooh. Well, let's see if we can increase our chance. We can say, Renee, I found your guard booth. Yes, the Debidar's Dares Union pays me to stand vigil during the nights. He looks down. Not out of any political allegiance, mind you. I'm an old man. Don't sleep more than a few hours every night anyway, and money's tight, he adds with a slight sigh. And we pass an empathy check. He feels like he has to justify himself for some reason. You must have seen something on the night of the murder. Your booth looks right into the yard, we can ask. And he says, yes, it does. And he nods. Unfortunately, I wasn't working that night. Been on a 2-week leave since last Monday. Hold on, where are you at on leave, we can ask. And he says, it's a private matter, he says with dignity, nothing to do with your investigation. And then Gaston chimes in. You see, Officer, Rene is the kind of man who'd rather die than admit he needs medical assistance, or God forbid, seek it. A real man's man. He's just gonna ride it out. And Rene says, I'm fine, doggone it. Mind your own business. The outburst makes him clutch his chest. It's nothing. Just gotta cut back on the coffee. Oh, God. Can coffee really do that to you when you get old? Oh, shoot. So who was working your shift that night, we can ask? And he says, no one. The booth has been unmanned since last Monday. He looks suddenly very old and very tired. There's no other guard. It's just me. And Kim says, no one has been guarding the container yard since last Monday? And Rene says, yes. And he nods before hesitantly continuing, it's not actually an issue. I mean, and Gaston says, look, officers. His partner jumps in. The container yard doesn't actually need a guardsman. Never had one before Rene. Mr. Clare had that booth built specifically for him. It's mostly decorative. Ooh. Oh, no. So it doesn't matter if you're there or not, we could say. And he says, the possibility of someone being in there is enough to discourage any ill-minded individuals. He tries to argue. And we gain 5 experience. Gaston says Everard created this job for Rene because he knows the Royal Carabiners' pension of honor and PTSD isn't something a man can live off of. A decorated kingsman collecting tear reflects bad on the whole neighborhood. His words. Oh, that's right. We've got the tear bag. The tear bag that we collected. Let's see. So these are a lot of really interesting options. I'm going to go with the tear bag, though. There's absolutely nothing wrong with tear collecting. It's my side thing, too, and we can proudly hold up the tear bag. And Gaston says, oh, I didn't mean to imply there's something wrong with it, the jolly man says quickly. I do it, too. Everyone does it. It's an excellent side thing. And Rene says, yes, 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 the carabiner utters angrily. Can we conclude the topic of my guard booth now? And we pass an Inland Empire check. He's not going to become an entrepreneur. Then we can say, I saw a picture in there. You were in it. You looked happy. Who's the girl? And he says his features stiffen, and he gets a cold look. She is nobody. This is none of your concern, and I refuse to discuss my private affairs with the RCM. But his friend chimes in. The lady is Jean-Marie Boulou. Boulou. Gaston speaks with a soft voice, and she sure as hell wasn't a nobody. Got it, thanks. Yes, yes, like I said, he brings it up again. I would be up anyway, so might as well keep an eye out. It keeps my senses sharp. And wow, hey, that went up went up to 42%. Well, hold on. Let's talk about the statue. I saw the statue of Philippe III near the roundabout. And Rene says, ah, yes, King Philippe III, on his steed, a reminder of what Revachol once was. Oh, absolutely, says Gaston. He smiles as if reliving a pleasant memory, at the mercy of a cocaine-snorting tyrant who empties the treasury so he could sleep on a bed of gold. And we pass an electrochemistry check. Cocaine, cocainium, sounds like our kind of king. And just imagine what kind of cocaine a king would have had. What, the king of cocaine? Oh my. Rene says, a superpower feared and respected, a testament to what this country can be under the leadership of a true king, someone who knows how to rule. How should a true king rule, we can ask? And Rene says, decisively, without fear of offending the sensibilities of the frail and weak-minded among his subjects. This is something the insurgents never understood. Let's see. Seems to me a leader should take care of his people before himself. Powerful leaders, not afraid to do what must be done. That's what this country needs. I'm not sure how I feel about that, we can say. Well, I mean, I believe number one, but Rene clearly believes number two. And we need to increase our chance of passing that check with him. Well, let's see what happens if we do number one. And he says, a nation is only as strong as its leader. That's why it was such madness to try to... But then Gaston interjects. Don't get started on that again. What happened, happened. There is some wariness in his voice now. He's heard this rant many times before. The carabiner doesn't reply, but his entire being communicates unbreakable resolve. And we can say, what was that about cocaine? And Gaston says, oh, old Philip was a big fan of the purple nose candy the nobility loved so much. A cocaine connoisseur of sorts. He chuckles. His egocentricity is borderline legendary. And Rene says, you can't even take responsibility for yourself. How could you fathom the responsibility weighing on the shoulders of a ruler? He asks, obviously annoyed. That's why the Philippian kings used cocaine, for clarity of vision, to aid in their work. Regnum cocainium, Revachol's finest years. He seems to grow taller, brimming with pride about the past. And we pass an electrochemistry check. I'm satisfied with this explanation. says our electrochemistry. And Kim says, of course, the lieutenant marks dryly. Clarity of vision, awareness. Gotta love Kim. Renee says, Philip III was even brought into this world with the help of cocaine. The court medic administered a dose to his mother when she was in labor, and it is well known that with the help of cocaine, only the purest, of course, that he was able to connect with the higher realms. And we pass an Inland Empire check. Higher realms? Of course. It all makes sense. What was that thing about higher realms, we can ask? Sounds interesting, and Gaston says it's really not. He turns to Renee, please do spare us the cocaine fairy tales. And Kim says, yes, indeed, we are not here to investigate the drug trade of centuries past. I actually want to know more, so let's go back and find some of those speech checks that we skipped. So, okay, instead of talking about the higher realms, we could fall on either side. We could say, such responsibility requires a boost every now and then. I sometimes need one too. Or we can say, seems like irresponsible behavior for a monarch. Drug users shouldn't even operate heavy machinery, much less rule countries. Let's go with that one. And Renee says, from what I've seen of the officers of the RCM, and he begins looking you over, then stops himself. But I don't want to get into a debate about drug policies. All right, we can talk about something else. Okay, we've got an even check. Let's try it. And we damage our morale. Still, all you see is an old soldier. Okay, so he's got a secret that we need to figure out. Give us 2 or 3 nights and we'll be able to get that done. Okay, so we've got the drug trade that we need to figure out. Or we could give her our badge by working with what's his name. Now there was something he said to us. Okay, that's right. He gave us a deal. So he could give us our badge and gun back if we agreed to spy for him, was it? I forget. It's been so long. So that's still impossible, the backyard wall. The barbell, that's legendary. We actually have some information or some gear we could use for that. Let's see. The jam mystery. Interrogate the drivers about the smuggling. Okay, there are 3 drivers at the intersection. We've only found 1. Have we talked with this guy yet? I think we did.
Stuck in the rain in a traffic jam, man. What's on your mind?
Garage Factory of Magnets and Miracles U49, a lorry truck in the traffic jam. We already looked in the window of this one. So we can't talk with any of these people. We've already talked with the ones we could talk to. Joyce said there were 3 lorry drivers, but we've only found one, this one, who was willing to talk with us, and we didn't get any information about the drug trade. Brad Buzz says the qualities of a good leader: integrity, intelligence, sensibility, and a metric ton of cocaine. Well, that's what Disco Elysium would have us believe. Well, maybe we're going to have to agree to do his task. Because I'm not finding any other lorry drivers. Wait, did we talk with this guy? Nope. All right, let's go see if we can pass that barbell check. I think I'm going the long way. Oh, that's right. We need to have the pry bar in our hand. Let's try that again. Very low. Physical instrument heroic. But I believe I have gear that I can wear. Let's see. There's this. That's 1 to drama. Which one is plus to physical instrument? Oh, am I already wearing it? I am. Rhetoric, electrochemistry, esprit de corps, drama. Physical instrument. -2 to authority, though. +1 to shivers. Oh, that's it. All right, so I'm not going to be able to pass it because I don't have the appropriate. Let's try it. Pry bar not strong enough. Oh, that's -20. Oh, what's stronger than a pry bar? Chain cutters? Pry bar not strong enough. No, I need something better than a pry bar. Okay, so that's what I'm waiting for, and that's why it wasn't going to work. Let's plug in the black cable. Trying to remember what this was. I think that was the ice cream maker over here. This. Nope, that's the power cut off. All right, let's unplug it again. Why did you do that? I guess, okay, so this is what we did last time. We unplugged it. It's black. It's not like it's the red one we can say. And he says, the lieutenant raises his brow, but doesn't say anything. The electric distribution board now has one cable missing. We can plug in the giant red cable. Somewhere in the dark, a giant electric mammal stirs to life. Oh. Is it working now? The bear's eyes are still glowing red, watching over all the ice cream wrappers hidden inside its belly. Okay. Well, let's unplug both. Ox, you need to remove your shirt to get +2 to physical. Oh, that's right. That's right, because we got that new skill. Let's see what that'll do to help. Yeah. Still, with the pry bar not being strong enough, it's not helping enough. Wait, now that's actually not helping me, right? I've got a +2 to physical instrument when I'm not wearing a shirt. So having that on... Coach physical instrument. +2 to physical instrument if the shirt slot is empty. Right. So I need something. This is the shirt slot. Okay, that's empty. But I can have the jacket slot on, right? All right, let's see if we can go lift that barbell now. We should be able to. Smells like leather and sweat. Uh, 83. Here we go. Hey, finally. Hey! Conjuring up an inhuman amount of strength, you raise the barbell up in the air. Your biceps tremble, but you're a savage. This is a children's game. I am a true champion, we can say. Ooh. Healed morale. All right. So can we come back here anytime we want to heal our morale? A warm wave of accomplishment washes over your head as you drop the barbell to the floor. For a moment, it feels like you're strong enough to succeed at anything you've ever set your mind to. And we pass an Inland Empire check. Hey, but you're still in a ghost house. What if someone heard this? What if they know you're here? Kim says, good technique. The lieutenant nods with approval. All right. Edward says, with both the jacket and shirt slot empty, you get +2 to nipples. Well, thank you, Edward. +2 to nipples, that's my goal. Okay, I'm going to steal this thing up here. Just because I think I need to. It's a map. I could try to buy it, or I could pass an interfacing check. Let's see if I have anything that increases my interfacing. These gloves increase my interfacing. Reaction speed? Damaged morale. Slowly, you move your hand towards the map attached to the board. Before you can even reach it, you are interrupted. The lieutenant coughs sharply, then whispers, perhaps not. It's against Elysium policy to defraud small business owners. Okay. Well, we could buy it for 90 real, but that's a lot of money. All right, well, I might have to do that odd job for what's his name? Everard. Oh, wait, I could go sell my tear. Have I sold my tear yet? I think I did. Well, let's see if talking with that one lady has changed anything with Joyce, or having finished talking with Everard has changed anything with Joyce. And then, if not, we'll just move on.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? Not an umbrella, I hope. I don't need one myself, you see.
We pass a shivers check all around you. Rain keeps falling down on the wooden boards she is standing on and on the water around you. I could use a coat like that. The rain is freezing, we can say, and she says, sadly, I need this one myself. It's hydrophobic, repels water, almost magically. The company makes them for offshore platform personnel. Very sturdy. She gives the material another pat. What I can do for you is answer some questions. Nothing like talking to pass a rainy day. Well, finally, there we go. I spoke with the lorrymen at the roundabout. And Joyce says, on the contrary, officer, she smiles, there are yet camionneurs you have not talked to. And don't look so surprised. In a time like this, it would be strange if Wild Pines didn't have eyes on the harbor. And we pass a visual calculus check. They must have someone in an overlook position near the gates. Okay, well now we know where we need to go. An overlook position near the gates. All right. I suggest you go back and canvass more subjects, says Joyce. By the way, I've talked to Everard Clare. And she goes, you have? And she smiles carefully. And how did you like Mr. Clare? We pass a physical instrument check. Finally, time to choose sides. Oh, okay. 1, I didn't like him. 2, he's a beautiful man, beautiful and just. 3, Everard Clare is a hero of the workers' movement. He's a champion, and I've sworn fealty to him. 3, he's a bloated rainbow socialist. 5, I can do business with him. For a socialist, he's reasonable. 6, he's not the champion I have chosen. I wish to swear fealty to you and to the cause of capital. Wow. 7, I have a feeling the international community does not approve of him. Or 8, it's not important. If I liked him, I was doing my job. Well, let's do number 5, because this is the best sort of middling option, because we're not completely alienating him or saying that we can't stand him, but we're also saying that we're not on the side of socialists. She says, of course, he must have his practical uses. How else could he have kept his position all these years? Or wait, actually, he could have kept it with corruption. Fantastic worm-like corruption that reaches into the bowels of the earth. She looks at the ground and nods in agreement with herself. Kim says, the RCM does not pick sides in this, madame. I hope it doesn't come off any other way. Joyce says, of course, and I don't expect you to share anything he told you with me. I am not a corrupt worm myself. She turns to you, however, if you felt like discussing something, how could I stop you? Are we not human? Are we not curious to hear another person's take? It's only natural. We would only be, she smiles, gossiping. And we pass an electrochemistry check. Tell her she'll like you for it. The horrific necktie finally chimes in. Yes, Your disgusting tie agrees completely. Let's gossip. Do we tell her that he's helping us? Yeah, sure. It's not... that's just personal information. So we can say, Mr. Everard is helping me find my gun. And she says, oh, and her eyes become large and round. That's so helpful of him. And Kim says the lieutenant looks at you and you can swear his jaw muscle is trembling. Esprit de corps check. When I said be wacky, I didn't mean wildly, grossly irresponsible and damaging to the RCM. Kim says unconventional police officers sometimes lose their guns. They then go around and tell people about this to gauge their reactions. It's all part of detecting. And Joyce says, incredible. And she shakes her head, simply incredible. And how is it going? Has this detecting produced a gun? Mr. Everard says it's almost ready to be found, and we gain 5 experience. Did he now? And her eyes narrow. Well, then it should be any day now, unless, of course, he's lying to you. Anyway, was there anything else you've heard? And I guess that's it. So we can say no. Of course, detective. She simmers down. Should something come up later down the road, don't be afraid to drop by for a chat. Okay, so we know that there was someone we missed by the gate and overlooked by the gate. Oh, the book is titled Man from Heimdall and the Wildfire. Oh. Let's sell our tear in the shop while we're here. Let's see if we can get some money finally. Yay! 130. Your bottles clunk into the machine, and the money appears with a satisfying jingle. You're a richer man now. We pass an electrochemistry check. Do you know what you should do with that money, kiddo? You should buy more alcohol. Enter the endless cycle of consumption. I think I'll save it because I got to pay for a room later. What would happen if we talked to him again?
Raise pupil return.
That's it? Alright. Overlooking the gate. Hello there, says Morning Ox. Hello there, hello there. Or, hello there, yeah. Okay. Keeping my eyes open. So we found the booth. What is that? Well, there's that shipping container. And if we talk to the guy... Can we get back in there? That's locked, okay. So we gotta wait for the next day. Oh, money that I missed. Nice. So, I mean, we talked to this guy.
Oh,
but
hey,
he's
mister.
not a lorry.
I need to be back to talk with Leah here. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. It's like Lady Larisse said when she opened a bathhouse in the basement of my apartment building. They can only get so far before they're aching to get back. And a lot of folks really did keep coming back.
Alright, that goes into Everard's HQ, right? Alright, so I'm not finding somebody overlooking the gate. Frustratingly. So let's see what job he wants us to do.
Mr. Dubois, a pleasure as always. You don't have to sit down this time, since you're already sat on that chair.
I'm reconsidering opening that door you asked me to open. Perhaps it'll help me somehow. A fantastic change of heart, says Everard. He rubs his nose. Go talk to Manana down by the gates. He'll brief you and give you the key. New task, open the apartment door for Everard. Just open one little door. You don't need to go in or anything. I just want that weasel to come home and see the unlocked door. That's it. Anything else we should discuss? And that's it. All right. See you soon, Debadere. The big man raises his hand in farewell. Just kidding, but not too much. Well, I don't like this on principle, but it doesn't hurt to take a peek inside. And maybe we can lock the door back up when we're done. After all, we do have the key. It's the guy on the stairs, says Douglas, but we talked with him. So, I don't know. I'll try again. Ugh. Sometimes movement is really difficult in this game. Sean says, Ox, do not rob the dude. Right, I'll try not to. So, I mean, this guy's overlooking the gate. But we talked to him
Hola,
already.
Wandering Man. How can I help you?
Everard said you have a key to the door. A key, huh? He runs his fingers through his mustache. What door is this key supposed to open? I was hoping you could tell me, we can ask. And he says, of course, I got you. You don't know anything. He taps the side of his nose with a wink. Item gained to basement apartment. I got that key right here. And let me tell you, it's mighty good of you to help us out during the strike. Working class solidarity, as they say. Okay, I saw an opportunity and I took it. I'm a hustle grinder. And he says, haha, I'm not so sure about hustle and grind. Hey, and I got an achievement, baddest hustler in something. And he waves at you. You know, it doesn't matter. It's a good thing you're doing this. Thanks. What you're looking for is a basement door behind the greenhouse. And that's behind the whirling at rags. That's all I know. Our organization is what you call compartmentalized. It means we keep out of each other's business. Okay, but where did you get the key from, says Kim. And he says, the janitor gave it to me. Nice fella. We talked about life and things that really, truly matter. His gaze wanders off into the distance. None of this mess we're in, this jiving and juggling. What's it for? He doesn't wait for you to answer. To feed our children, I guess. Anything else I should know about this task, this weasel person, when he'll be home? And he says, and he shakes his head, I'm more of a philosophical dock worker. I like to talk about the big picture stuff, who I am, who you are, what we're fighting for. The man takes a big sip from his flask, and we pass an Inland Empire check. Who he is and what they're fighting for, this is interesting. And we pass a physical instrument check. Ask him about the Hardy Boys. Okay, actually, do you know anything about the Hardy Boys? And he says, Los Hardys? And he smiles. They're an independent, militant group. Bit too high-strung, but it comes with a responsibility. They're sort of like you. Preserve the rule of law and all that, except it's Everard's law. He takes a swig from his flask. But really, they're just like you. And we pass an authority check. Is he actually comparing you, an officer of the law, to some of the neighborhood vigilantes? We could say there's only one law friend and that's me, or we could let it go. And let's let it go. The man whispers a jaunty tune. A coastal breeze ruffles his hair. Why are you striking, we can ask. And he says, we are negotiating our share. Your share, we can say. And he says, aye. He seems pleased with himself. Wait, so not wages or pensions or this stuff. They already cover. Shouldn't you be grateful then? It's a lot more than most people here have. And he says, never grateful. Were we ever grateful, we'd have nothing. You fight for every piece. Well, so how large of a share would you like, we can ask. And he says, all of it. However, right now we want all of the harbor workers to be on the company's board so they could take part in the decision-making process. This boss man, Everard, what can you tell me about him? And he says, I think it's best you make up your own mind now that you've met him. He shrugs. In my eyes, he's a capable organizer and a decent businessman. What does bossing the union entail anyway? And he says, I guess you kind of got to be the village chief. He oversees the harbor, makes deals with the owners or the relevant parties, watches out for his own. By that you mean corruption, says Kim. And he says, by heavens, why would he not be corrupt? We live in a harsh and disordered world, see? And in this world, the old man is corrupt for our benefit, and we know it, appreciate it even. He is personally not too lavish. That desk seemed lavish to me, we can say. And he says he is reasonably lavish. Sure, that's his prerogative. It's not like you want a saintly demeanor on a corrupt mother guy. That would be a manipulative illusion. Besides, there are no non-corrupt systems in the world anyway, and moralism is the most corrupt of them all. And we could pass an authority check. Not you, you would like to say, but then there's that weasel door. Yeah, we did kind of agree to do that. Are you a communist, we can ask? And he says, no. And he pauses to think for a moment. I don't think I'm a communist. Seeing something of value and saying, I want it all to myself is a much older and simpler notion. No science to it at all. Even a weak child can think it. The only things holding someone back are I can't and I shouldn't. You shouldn't take what's not yours, we can say. And he says, then how can anything ever be mine? But that's okay. We don't have to agree. The prairie is wide enough for all of us. You seem to have spent a lot of time thinking about the political situation, we can say. And he says, sure, I've had the necessary free time. He spreads his arms wide, using the reach to show how much time he has. Fortunately, there's always time. And we pass a composure check. The look in his brown eyes conjures up an understanding. For him, having command of his time is the most important thing. The man sits on the railing, his hands reaching far and wide, yet it feels as if he could effortlessly go even wider, if need be, an endless torrent of time. Well, we don't have an option to ask about the drugs. Because we went through this. Okay, so who else is overlooking the harbor? Or the gate? Well, I don't know. Open apartment door for Everard. You have the key. The door is behind the greenhouse in the yard, a basement door. All right. Oh, wait, greenhouse. Ah, shoot. There it is. We're going to have to go all the way around. All right. Sarah R. says, a tip for your 4 hours of reading. Thank you, Ox. You're welcome, Sarah, and thank you. Very kind. This game does have an awful lot of reading. But I'm not complaining. That's what makes it charming. Okay, basement. Here we go. This must be it. The basement door is weather-worn. The copper nails holding the upholstery in place have turned green from sea air, and there's a knocker shaped like a lion's head. We can press our ear against the door. The leather upholstery is worn and rough against your jaw. You don't hear any movement. We can... Oh, and we pass a perception check. In fact, it's oddly silent in the yard around you. No birds chirp. We can carefully knock. You knock silently. What's the point of knocking silently? The upholstery muffles the sound. No response comes from the apartment. I guess no one is in, says Kim. The lieutenant looks uncomfortable. Lieutenant, what is your opinion of this task we are undertaking? We can ask. And he says, let's be honest, this isn't what I joined the RCM for, but every day tells you something new about yourself. The lieutenant replies, still inspecting the padded door. Apparently working with the local union boss to get info on an investigation is not something I'm squeamish about. So you don't mind if I unlock this door, we can ask? And he says, I mind that a local thug is using the RCM for his busy work, but if this gets us to the bottom of this hanging, then I'm willing to look over it. Okay. On the other hand, he looks at the surrounding windows uncomfortably. We could just tell Everard we open the door and leave. No one seems to be telling us to see if we actually did it. Lie to Everard? That's also an option. Kim says yes. Presenting a fabrication is known to get results here and there. He crosses his arms. You took this task. You make the call. We pass an interfacing check. The door is right here. You can just open it and be done with this. And we pass an Inland Empire check. Besides, if you never open it, you're never going to find out what's behind the door. Why are they making such a big deal about this door? Why am I not supposed to look into this? I got to find out, though. I've got the key. It's a padded door. There's all of this air of mystery. Is it unethical? Yeah. But, I mean, it's also an RPG. And in RPGs, you go into buildings, even if people are there, and you steal their crap. That's what you do. You just take stuff all the time. Free Spirit says, I was just reminiscing about the beautiful herb garden I had when I was growing up. Good times. Thank you, Free Spirit. Do we want our gun back? I mean, Harry here is not the kind of guy who should be having a gun, to be perfectly honest. The last time he had a gun, he killed himself. That's how I died the first time in this game. All right, let's unlock it. You try to be as silent as you can. It takes a bit of rattling of the handle to loosen the bolt. Finally, the door unlocks with a small clack. Thoughts race through your head. We pass a perception check of hearing the sound of the key turning still echoes in the yard. Hopefully no one heard. Really? Does a key really echo through a yard? We pass a suggestion check. Well, buddy, you opened it. No need to go inside. It would be rude. And we pass a physical instrument check. Good job. Let's go now. I'm sure there's nothing interesting in there. And we pass an interfacing check. There's nothing else to do than leave until Everart. No conceivable reason for you to intrude on the premises. And we pass an Inland Empire check. Only curiosity could account for stepping over that threshold. Maybe there's treasure in there. A white alligator. A fountain of quicksilver. And we pass a shivers check. As you hold the opened door, you can feel the air moving. A little draft. A whistle. I have to go in. I have to find out what is on the other side of this door. Consequences be damned. We'll find out. Colonial Mug Collection. A row of mugs sits on the shelf. Each one depicts a human figure, a dark-skinned woman grinning amidst mysterious symbols, a broad-shouldered man shoveling potatoes, and others. We can tap on the mugs. A little ring. Though cheerful, the images on the ceramic make you vaguely uncomfortable. We pass an empathy check. The images betray a lack of interest in human beings. They are merely unflattering caricatures. What do I mean uncomfortable? The owner of these mugs doesn't like people of other ethnicities very much. Oh. So what? We can say they can think what they want. This is a free world. Or, thanks, good to know. I have no opinion on racism. Or, typical asshole. This person is unhappy, says empathy. Kim says the lieutenant picks up one of the mugs, then puts it back down with a look of disdain. I'm beginning to feel better about breaking into this man's apartment, says Kim. We can whip out our yellow man mug and compare. The Colonial Mug Collection. Yes, your broken mug friend would feel very much at home here. The same humor, the same mocking lines. It's interesting. We keep on finding these racist mugs, but we don't ever get to see what they actually look like. There's the missing tin soldier. The lieutenant looks at the mugs next to each other. Whoever lives here might have used the Whirling's container to dump his trash. Oh, and now they've drawn the ire of the Union. The plot thickens, as they say, and we pass an inland empire check. Perhaps you should break into apartments more often. I'm so glad we came inside. I almost walked away, but I'm glad we came inside. Do you really think it's the same person who put the dead man's clothes in the trash? And we gain 5 experience. Who knows? The lieutenant opens his notebook. I'm not expecting too much from this clothes in the trash lead. Either way, it might turn out to be some random local matter, but still, nice coincidence. And we can move on from the mugs. The smell of disinfectant is in the room. It smells like chemicals. Why would somebody be disinfecting? We find something on the wall here. Whoever lives here admires fair-haired fantasy heroes with big muscles. Hey, it's the hero from Heimdall guy. Ooh, we can steal a shirt. The Intersolary dress shirt. Again, +1 to logic. You can almost feel the warmth of the red sun on the flag. The book titled The Hidden World of Walking Sticks lies open. The Hidden World of Walking Sticks? Really? Hey, bedroom. Oh, it's a darkened bedroom. Could he still be here? Hello. Take all. What's that? Magnesium, +1 to morale. A small suitcase full of clothes. Guests are staying over? Nosafed, +1 to health. Oh, wait, somebody told me not to steal. Whoops. Let's close this then. Maybe if I don't steal from the suitcase, we'll be okay. I did accidentally just steal from this. I forgot I was in somebody else's apartment. So we've got a racist guy here whom the Union is now pissed off with. We know that he threw his garbage away in the same dumpster where we found the dead man's clothes, and the place smells like chemicals and disinfectant. And we know the guy was dead before he was hanged, which means this is the room where he was shot. Sarah R. says it's okay to steal from a racist. I mean, yeah, but I don't know like what the consequences are like later in the game. So I stole the morale boosting thing from this box. Maybe he won't notice. Like, I'm not going to steal from the suitcase. He would clearly notice from the suitcase. So I won't steal from the suitcase. So this is the room where he got shot. But we don't find a gun. We don't find any bullets. Then his body was dragged out into the yard and hung. Kim, what are you doing, Kim? Look at Kim, he's freaking out. Kim, calm down. But the Hardy Boys must have known he was already dead before they hanged him. And they're part of the Union. Everard wants to ruffle this guy's feathers. He wants this guy to know that Everard knows that what's-his-name was killed here. That's why we opened the door. Ox, take the health item. I'm not going to take it. Chat told me I shouldn't steal, and I don't want to get in trouble. And I've already got 5 of them. It's not like I need it. Mayu says, I'm pretty sure he will notice the shirt you stole. Oh, shoot. I did steal a shirt, didn't I? I stole a shirt. Oh, no. It's the fine dress shirt. It was this one. The Intersolary dress shirt. Shoot. +1 to logic. I don't even need it to either. I've already got a +1 to logic piece of clothing. No. All right. Back outside. Stan Ulch says it's not okay to steal from anyone, justifying criminal behavior based on someone else's background. still makes one a criminal. I mean, you make a very valid point. All right, I guess we go back to Union Boss. Well, we talked to the guy overlooking the gate. Hey! Signal blue naval coat. +1 to suggestion. -1 to half-life. Oh, cool. Well, I'm glad I tried some different tools. Signal blue naval coat. Let's see what that looks like. Oh, that looks great. What a cool coat. But this one's way better. That's 1 to empathy and 1 to hand-eye coordination. This is -1 to half-life. That's a shame. It's a great looking coat. Now, hold on. What's my coach? -1 to encyclopedia, though. That's the thing. So I'm getting +2 to physical instrument, but I'm losing 1 to encyclopedia. So it would be. So I should only take off my shirt when I'm trying to pass a speech check, right? Let me see if I can find one that. Oh, the fingerless gloves. That's +1 to electrochemistry. They look great. Let's put those on. Disco ass blazer. I forget the disco ass blazer. It looks good, but this gives me +2. So that's +1 to physical instrument, +1 to conceptualization. Logic and authority. That's -1 to authority, and that's -1 to drama. +1 to esprit de corps and +1 to shivers. That's 2 points. It's so funny. Esprit de corps and shivers versus empathy and hand-eye coordination. I probably need hand-eye coordination. Drama and electrochemistry. Ultra series gloves, half-light. Let's try that. Physical instrument shivers authority, +1 to logic. All right, so this is the only shirt I have that grants me a +1 bonus, and I don't lose something. And it's the one I just got. Cool. All right, let's put that back on. Always have it, and let's keep that on to collect more care. All right, let's see if talking with the Manana Man was enough to finish unlocking this option with Joyce.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
No, it's not. They must have someone in an overlook position near the gates. Man, an overlook position near the gates. We just went to the gates and there's no one there. All right, well, let's go back to Everard and tell him that we... Well, wait, first, before we do that, let's go through the rest of our tasks. I can't finish that one. Joyce's info on the lynching. Oh, that's what we're trying to do right now. Find the working class husband. Chances are the guy's drinking with his buddies. Find him and bring him home. Find your heraldic bird. Oh, yeah. Go read up on cockatoos in the bookstore. Oh. All right, well, we're really close to the bookstore. Let's find our heraldic bird. How do we learn about cockatoos in the bookstore? Oh, do we have points to spend? Well, let's see what skill checks we need to pass first. going into the bookstore.
Hello again, esteemed officer, and welcome to Crime, Romance, and Biographies of Famous People.
I'm looking for a book about cockatoos. A book about cockatoos? There should be one upstairs, right next to the shelf of biographies. Farewell now, book peddler. There's the Dick Mullen novel. Biographies. A shelf of biographies. Okay, we can look through the display of books. Vapid egoism. Suddenly, a particularly odd title catches your eye. It reads, High Speed Love, the tragic true love story of Jacob and Alfie Deltaz. What's it about? Tip-top tourney racers. I think we went through this earlier. Next to his life story, we see a slim biography of an Occidental rock star named the Anti-Star. He's famous for shooting morphine into one of his eyeballs and cocaine into the other. I don't remember that. Next to that, Revicolian radio personality Guillaume Bevy stands in front of a rundown drug den. He's a permanent fixture on Channel 8, reporting on real-life crime and ruining cops' days. I really must insist you buy one of the books. You're interrupted by the shopkeep. Reading them is not for free. Do still browse, though, but not too long. She understands that she has erred against the customer and immediately corrects course. Okay, we remember that. All right, so she said it was next to it. I guess this one. Medicinal purposes of the pale. We can look to the shelf. Paid health services, but we don't find the one on the cockatoo. All right. On the wall? Map of Martinez. Oh, let's see. Where's my money at? 22? It's only 90 real or 90 cents. Let me buy it. All right, I finally have a map. Oh, there it is. Hey, from A to Zreek, a guide to a well-behaved cockatoo. A sulfur-crested cockatoo sits on the cover, its beak slightly open. It looks as if the bird is calling out the book title, From A to Zreek, a guide to a well-behaved cockatoo. We can flip through the pages. Turns out that there are so many different cockatoo species, and they all have behavioral problems. What about this guide to cockatoos, storekeeper, we can ask, and she says, it's a must-have if you own a cockatoo. I've heard they're quite capricious. We could probably steal it, 72% chance, or we could pay 4 real for it. Let's try to steal it. Kim's going to get upset if we do that. I have 20 real. How much is it to spend the night somewhere? I really don't want to... I don't want to make Kim angry. I don't care about the storekeep. But I don't want to make Kim angry. Let's try it. Yay! You wait for the storekeeper to be distracted. When she's not looking, you haul the tome of cockatoos into your pocket. Item gained. Book From A to Zreek, a guide to cockatoos. It's quite a challenge, but eventually the guide to cockatoos is yours. Splendid effort. All right. And Kim doesn't say a thing. Let's go outside to read it. Some cop I am, stealing books from a bookstore. Hey, at least I paid 90 cents for the map, right? Well, let's read it. A cockatoo is a parrot with an erectile crest. Found on the Semine Islands in the southern Face à la Mer. Known for their intelligence and general precociousness, cockatoos are popular birds in aviculture. However, they often exhibit various behavioral issues. Okay, what more? This book talks about the delicate nature of twos, as well as introducing some of the most popular species among the bird enthusiasts. The funeral cockatoo, the major majestic cockatoo, and the most commonly bang-bang cockatoo. It's colorfully illustrated. Milos says, shame on you, Ox. Yeah, well, Kim didn't say anything. As long as I don't upset Kim, I'm happy. All right, what problems do these birds have? Where to even begin? All cockatoos are known for their needy natures, requiring attention for at least 2 full hours a day. They love to talk, and they have been described as lovable clowns who just don't know how to wrap up. Oh, we could say, I could handle that. It would be nice to have someone to talk to when feeling lonely. Or who would ever want a chatty companion? I want someone who knows how to listen. All right, let's try number 1, because I like a chatty companion. Pet owners also report moodiness, loudness, and hostility as reoccurring issues. If left unsatisfied, cockatoos may scream nonstop, pluck their feathers out, or become aggressive. Right, that's pretty bad. Anything else? It's not recommended to get a cockatoo if you're not able to cook them food every day and give them the full care that they need. These birds will never understand that you have a life of your own. Oh dear. Welcome new member, Jesse Genru. Thank you so much. Yes, but there has to be something great about cockatoos as well, we can say. You're right, cockatoos are magnificent creatures. They love to perform, cuddle, and show off, and will even scream for fun. Often as loud as up to 135 decibels. Oh, God. We pass a perception check. Ouch, that must hurt. Milos says, you're happy with upsetting us? What a friend. Oh, yeah, upsetting the chat? No, I don't mind that. That's fine. It adds to further, conversation. As long as the chat keeps going, I'm happy. If you're mad, upset, disappointed in me, well, whatever. You know, that's what I'm here for. We can read about funeral cockatoos. This is a yellow-haired black cockatoo. Its specific name, Pstichacus funeris, relates to its dark and somber plumage. This bird looks as if dressed for a funeral 24/7. There is something indisputably ominous about it. Cool, says Inland Empire. We can read about the major majestic cockatoo. Perhaps the most impressive of all the species, the endangered major majestic cockatoo is often described as the most flamboyant bird in the jungle, its pink-colored wings and flowing crest embellishing its proud and bumptious nature. In the words of poet-explorer Sir James Fournier, few birds more enliven the monotonous hues of the verdant forest than this big, bold, and beautiful species. We pass a perception check of sight. It must be glorious to behold. Dark pink and snow white. We can read about the most common bang-bang cockatoo. Despite its banging name, the bang-bang cockatoo is actually the shyest of the species. Common in almost all Seminoese forests, as well as zoos and homes all over the world, its plumage is mainly gray and white. The Seminoese name Bang Bang is thought to be of onomatopoeic origin. Honestly, this bird does sound a bit like me, we can say. And yes, but all those cockatoo species are so different. Which one are you? Milos says, how can we not love Ox? Oh, Milos, you're so kind. And how can I not love the chat? Cheers, chat. Well, which one do I think old Harry here is? The gray and common Bang Bang? The funeral cockatoo? Only the funeral cockatoo in its darkness can truly grasp the depths of my doom-laden soul. Or isn't that obvious? I'm Major Majestic. Here I come. But what if I'm just a screw-up-a-two? A screw-up and a cockatoo? I have to take some time to think about it. Oh, well, what would a superstar say? I mean, yes, he is a screw-up-a-two, but that's a bit too depressing. So let's go Major Majestic. All right, that's our heraldic bird. You're right. Your Majesty embodied. This big, beautiful bird belongs on your heraldry. And we can put the book away. All right, and then we can interact with the map that we just bought. The Warren map features the patchwork grid of the streets of Martinez with directions to appropriately touristy locations. Year 48 resides on the upper right corner. We can trace a path through the grid, and Shivers says that our finger moves through the various streets across Rue de Saint-Gilles and Rue de Saint-Kispare, over Saint Brune and Martinez North, finally coming to a halt on the spot where you are currently standing, although the map gives no such indication itself. Tutorial agent for a... Wow, I should have gotten this map maybe 7 broadcasts ago. For a more detailed view of the map, go to your journal and then to map. Okay. Journal? Map! Finally, I got the map! So this is our world map. Wow, I haven't even gone to the fisherman shacks, and I haven't even made it to the church, despite putting it on the thumbnail of this video. This is where I have spent all my time, at the Martinez waterfront. Oh, and this is... okay. Backyard... Oh, it shows me on the map where each of these skill checks are. That's great. Composure Legendary. It looks like I can do that one again. That's available. Those on white are available to try now. Backyard Wall. But it's Conceptualization Impossible. And Composure. So I can try that one again. These are all... Oh, I can try the Ward Door. That's Warded Door, Pain Threshold. And the Ice Cream Maker Physical Instrument Heroic. So I can't... I tried the Ice Cream Maker, and I couldn't do that because I need a better tool. Sarah says, ask Joyce for money if you still can. It's what a superstar cockatoo would do. I don't think I still can. I checked all of her dialogue options, and they were grayed out. Let's do some of these. Now that we have a map and we can see where we're going. Oh, it's not, I see. It's because I had it selected. So only the backyard wall is, okay, let's do the backyard wall. Conceptualization. Yes, please. Conceptualization. Oh, it's the same one. So that's +1. No, that's logic. Oh, I see. It was a jacket I put on. Conceptualization. And that's it. And tools that I can use, that intellect. None of these chems or consumables help with my conceptualization. But my conceptualization is looking pretty good. Let's go see what that backyard check is like. The backyard, what is it again that I'm trying to do? Let's go back to the map. Backyard wall. Oh, is that the graffiti? Impossible. Just an ordinary wall. No conceptualization. Impossible. Why am I even looking at this wall? Cindy's artistic impulses are infectious. So I've got bonuses to it, but it's still really low. 3%. Let's try it. Well, hold on. I could level up my character. Hold on. I've already got 4 in conceptualization. Let's try it. I can't level it up anymore. Skill cap reached. I've leveled up physical instrument and interfacing a lot. Well, let's try it. And it goes up to 8%. The lieutenant sighs. Why must we stop to look at this wall every time we pass by? We have business to attend to. Alright, well. Ooh, a new one. Joyce conceptualization impossible. Why is that a new one? Oh, I guess this one just became possible. Well, we've got, the timer reset. Okay, let's go to Joyce and try and pass a conceptualization check. We just upgraded it.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
Is it buried in the dialogue here? Because I don't see the skill check. Oh, I've got, there we go. Oh, it's still very low. What is, and we can reach for something fundamental. A strange coldness comes over you as you look at the world. The waves sway the slope slowly, that's all. It's on the tip of your tongue, a doubt of sorts, already in your head, but it's not fully formed yet. You have to wait and return to this later once the jamais vu thought is complete. Alright, so we'll come back to that. What else can we try right now? We can try Tommy Lehome. Oh, alright. It's formidable. Capri Kinema. Droplets of rain fall on the white on blue police livery of the motor carriage. Wait, why am I even thinking about this? Wasn't I supposed to do something important? Something murder-related? There is always something important. Doesn't mean you can't take a moment to admire this piece of machinery. Even at a standstill, the unibody Capri Kinema looks sleek and dynamic. The cabin is tilted frontward to give it a more aggressive, hunched look. Someone has waxed it recently. We could insult him and say, I don't like the machine. We can not be impressed. Let's say, that machine really puts the loco back in locomotion. We could say, very cool. And he goes, mm-hmm. The lieutenant smiles ever so slightly. You want to take a closer look? What's it packing there? We can point to the engine. 130. We can say 130 what? But I'm assuming it's horsepower. So we can go, Mama's serving some serious macaroni. You lost me there, says Kim. He's looking at you perplexed. Oh, look at that car. Mama's serving some serious macaroni there. 130 kilowatts is a lot of power, Kim, we can say. And Kim says the kinema is fast. Feels right at home on the raised motor track. Hard to find something that could overtake it. A fine machine, we can say, and run our hand over the smooth metal surface. Yes, there's gentleness in the lieutenant's voice as his eyes run over the vehicle's contours. An extraordinary machine. And we pass an electrochemistry check. It's nice and all, but why so modest? Put some zing in it. Flare it up. Slam it down. And we pass a visual calculus check. Helium headlights would improve the range and quality of the visual field a lot. And we pass an authority check. It's a bit girly right now. Fit it with some proper off-road components. Let's see. Well, we could say, ever thought about switching to helium headlights? And he goes, actually, I have a pair at home. Just haven't gotten around to fitting them yet. I need to lay some wiring for the ballasts first. If we ever get this case solved, maybe we can do it together, we can say. Maybe, says Ken. He replies with an apologetic smile and nods. Yes, definitely maybe. Let's see, there was another one there. With a winch and mud tires, we could take it off the beaten path, Kim. We are not going to, though, because this is clearly a sports motor carriage. Sounds like he has a strong concept of what this machine is. Okay. Well, then we can try the other one. You need to slam it, Kim. Make it more imposing. Sorry, I'm not following you, he says. We pass an interfacing check to say lingo it up. Drop the ride, 2 hundo mil. Get the camber to frosty minuses. No, that's porno tuning, says Kim. Use bigger words, says Half-Light. Okay. It needs a massive aero kit and a gargantuan roof-mounted porno. That's short for pornography, says Kim. And we pass a conceptualization check. The sole purpose of pornography is to stimulate one's visual sense to evoke sexual arousal. The same is true with the modifications you're proposing. Okay. All right, I guess that did get a bit porny there, we can say. And he says, I'm sincerely relieved I don't have to try to convince you of that. And he glances at his vehicle. Back to work? All right, let's move, we can say. Jesse says, leveling up a skill after failing a check related to that skill will unlock it. Failed checks also unlock through new dialogue-related checks. Thank you, Jesse. Well, that explains why we can now try this conceptualization
Stuck in
check
the rain
again.
and the traffic jam, man.
Hey! He's a poet. Hit him with our best verse, and we've got a 72% chance now. Let's try it. Wait, there's something here, stored away in some dusty corner. It starts like, a mirror's temperature is always 0. It is ice in the veins. Its camera is an X-ray. Whoa, says Tommy Lahome. He leans in, his eyes bright with attention. What else? It is a chalice held out to you in silent communion. Silent communion. That's good. He's transfixed by the words. Where gaspingly you partake of a shifting identity, never your own. Dang, he grunts, unable to suppress his reaction. That's some great crap. You came up with that yourself? Did you? Says Inland Empire. I don't really know, we can say. Or I think that may be an actual poet, and I've learned it by heart. Or I'm a vessel for the muse. Or I think those words are mine, yes. I mean, I don't recognize them, so... Well, we'll just say that I'm a vessel for the muse. And he says, right. But really, no bullcrap. That's great stuff. I sort of want to know if it's yours. Okay. I mean, I don't really know if they're mine. So I'll say I don't know. And he says, no matter, great verse is like that sometimes, ephemeral. You might not look it, but seems you have some literary chops. Maybe there's hope for me yet. That's a strange compliment, we can say. And he says, just messing with you. It's cool. You're an okay guy for a cop. For a cop? Well, they're more often into fits than rhymes, see? Let alone honesty in verse. And we pass a esprit de corps check in a small office behind the old military hospital. Hunched over the green glow of his desk light, Officer Hans Blow browses through a test print of his futurist magazine. It's called The Futurist. The typeface on the header is too small. Any organization gets all kind of folk. I'm sure we try our best, we can say, or I'm doing what little I can to do right by people, we can say, or no joke, man, screw the police. Well, let's do number one. And the lieutenant looks at you in silence, a curious look in his eyes, nodding slightly. And we gain 5 experience. Well, you've given me some hope, I guess. And he gives you a thumbs up. And then we pass an Inland Empire check. You've found some common ground with this man. Even impressed him. The next time you look in the mirror, though, remember those words. Oh! Does this mean we can finally see our face? That's all for now. Ooh. Why does art inspire you so much? Says conceptualization. It does, yes. But what is art? We can conceptualize. And conceptualization says, excellent question. Art is a diverse range of visual, literary, auditory, and performative creativity. It's an expression of imagination and technical skill. Additionally, it's history, criticism, and pure enjoyment. In short, art is the highest form of human communication, representation, narrative, emotion, and agency intertwined. Would I fit into the art world? I mean, and we pass a conceptualization says, have you looked in the mirror lately? You have the exact features of a savage art critic, with that beard and those clothes, disheveled and prophetic. Perhaps you should try to critique architecture too. That's stupid. Architecture is stupid. I guess I have been feeling critical lately. Yes, you seek substance, no vapid representations and reproductions of social mores, as made manifest in stuffy biennials. We're talking real living art here. Become the art cop, the art critic, half cop. Wait, but don't I have to be 100% cop to get the case finished and all of that? Or, and conceptualization says, quit being so indecisive. What are you going for here? Some kind of indecisive and camp aesthetic now? Strike a bold shape here. Go art or go home. All right, so we can opt in and say, okay, if 50% art critic is what's needed to free me from rote repetition, so be it. Exactly. It's not only your duty to only catch the criminals of the street. You must also apprehend criminals of the printing press and the gallery, the trite and derivative artists and writers of the world. Go ahead and provide savage criticisms. Art cop, the world is yours to rip to pieces and reassemble. All right, new thought gained. Oh. And I got a saving crash. Oh, dear. Ranker says, Ox, did you ever look at the bullet with the broken antique rifle in your inventory? It's an important clue. Also, don't forget to be a superstar. I'm trying to be a superstar. Thank you. Do I still have the antique rifle? I think I sold it. Yeah, I don't have it. I had sold the antique rifle by the time I found the bullet. So no, I didn't do that. All right, can I go back and take a look at myself in the mirror? Hold on here. So, actual art degree. I can't internalize it. Can I unlock this? Why can't I unlock this yet? all of these that I could... Well, the advanced race theory one, I don't need that. I could forget it. Oh, but it takes a skill point to forget? Oh, God. Skill points are so slow to get, too. So I guess I should be checking or specking into visual calculus, suggestion, electrochemistry, and composure. Because those are all of the caps that I just raised with some kind of superstar. All right, well, let's see if I can go look in the mirror. Unlocking a thought costs a skill point, says Jesse. Ah. All right, well, I'll save my skill points for unlocking more thoughts. Have you looked in the mirror recently? Let's try it. Electrochemistry. Impossible. Attempt to stop the expression from happening. Recited the poem to Tommy, +4. No more steam, it's even. But electrochemistry. Can I equip something to help my electrochemistry? Yeah. Oh, wow. What a look. Look at this guy. He's just... All right, let's try it. 83%. Yes! It's like something snaps in you. A nerve ending. A thought. A sadness. Your face in the mirror is suddenly clean of the leer that had distorted it for God knows how long. Watch my face in the lower left-hand corner. See if this changes. Just like that, it's over. The running gag that your life had become. A sad old man looks back at you. Oh, it's locked. Encyclopedia. Dig deep into your mind to locate the source of the expression. Oh. So I guess I need to put 1 into it at Encyclopedia. So my smile goes away. That's it? That's what happens when I look in the mirror? My smile goes away? Oh, man. That's it. I like the smile. Well, I wonder if by putting on... Let's see, that's a logic. That's an encyclopedia check. I wonder if putting something that raises my encyclopedia allows me to do that check again. I don't think I have anything. All right, well, let's put that back on. And let's put that back on. So that's reaction speed. And that's electrochemistry. All right. Well, bummer. What other skill checks can I try to pass? The ward to door, that's pain threshold, and the ice cream maker. So the ward to door is only challenging. I could try that. I can try the backyard wall again? Really? Conceptualization impossible. Alright, I guess I can try that again. The warded door. Where was the warded door? It's way over there? Okay. Let's try the warded door again. Jesse says, save the ice cream machine for later. It's really tough. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do because I don't have the right tool. Let's see, the warded door is over here. I don't remember a warded door. Was it inside? Maybe it's inside the building, because that's the only thing nearby that I can see. All right, we'll try going inside the building. The warded door is inside the bookshop. Oh, yeah, okay. Thank you, Jesse. But we've already opened this door, right? Is that the warded door? The floorboards creak. I could buy my dice from her now. I wonder if it's ready. I came back to pick up my die. Excellent. That'll be 10 real. Ooh. That's, how much do I need to stay the night? It's like 20. Actually, I don't have the money on me right now, we can say. I don't do orders on credit. Come back when you have the full amount. Okay, fine. Let's see. We don't have any more questions about the building. So we need to improve Shivers to be able to ask that question. All right, I'll get the die later once I know exactly how much I have to spend in my hotel room. Well, I don't know where this warded door is, so let's just go back to Everart. Did we do this? A hole in the wall? Yeah, this is where we found a rifle. Okay. Let's head out. Maze. All right, let's see if we get in trouble for stealing that shirt. I've been using it though.
Mr. Dubois, a pleasure as always. You don't have to sit down this time, since you're already sat on that chair.
I opened the door you asked me. Can we discuss the murder now? I'm very glad to hear that, Harry, he says with a smile. One question. You didn't actually happen to stumble in and see what's inside the apartment, did you? We pass a suggestion check. There is no way to sway this man in any direction. He is unsuggestible, and unswayable. Just tell the truth. I may have gone inside and seen a collection of racist mugs. Just as I thought. Culturally antiquated mug collection. What a weasel. He shakes his head, pissing on Everart's Rainbow Coalition. Now let's get down to brass tacks. It's time for men like me and you to figure out who's killed who and why. He pretends to roll up his sleeves. Real police work is going to start happening now. I promise you, Harry, this is going to be good. The mug collection I mentioned was in the apartment. I found a similar mug in the trash with the hanged man's clothes. Racist mugs in the trash and in the apartment. He grabs his head with both hands. You guys are just light years ahead of me. I have so much confidence in the ability of your organization. I'm relieved you're doing this and leaving me to what I do best, helping people with the power of politics. Kim says, yes. Do you think this weasel is somehow connected to the murder? Oh, no, says Everart. I don't cross paths like that. He shakes his head, laughing. All I want is for you to succeed in your investigation. I would never complicate things for you. But this weasel might have cleaned up after the killers, we can say. Believe me, Harry, he's a nobody. Just your basement variety nobody. Can't imagine him being connected to a high-caliber case like this. Poor choice of words there. But he does live nearby. Maybe it's a pedantic weasel. Fascists are known to be neat freaks. Are they? I feel like a real detective right now, Harry. Am I getting this right? He imitates bashing something with an imaginary baton. And we pass a physical instrument check. That's not how you baton someone. The technique is way off. You strike with your whole body, not just the baton. Great technique. You'd make a great sergeant, we can say. There's more to police work than whacking an imaginary baton, we can say. No. You have to put your weight behind it if you want to do real damage, we can say. Or we can say nothing. Let's go. There's more to police work. And we gain 5 experience. Of course, Harry. I'm not a real police officer. You are. And we pass an authority check. That's all he's going to say on the subject. So we can say, I've heard about a connection between the lynching and the strike. I'd like to hear what you know about it. By now, I'm sure you've figured out who the dead man was working for. The bad guys. Wild Pines, sent to scare us. Another violent measure of the top hats against us flat caps. I'm listening, we can say. Harry, this strike is the culmination of many, many mistakes made by the Wild Pines group. They tried to shut the strike down by sending in armed mercenaries. You mean our victim, says Kim. And he nods gravely. A security contractor. Can you imagine that? Workers standing in peaceful protest, united in the spirit of fellowship, and they send hired killers to mow us down with machine gun fire. I'm talking beasts. Hardened killers from proxy wars in Yesut, Semenine, Sarmiriza. You name it, they've done it. Raping, killing, burning villages, killing little children for the Senorita Pineapple Company, Harry. Everything they did there, they brought over here. They want to turn Revachol into a third world slum. Honestly, the only thing they didn't do was kill the village elephant. Hold on. You have a village elephant, we could say? And he says, no, Harry, the elephant is metaphorical, and so is the village. But the mercs and their brutality, they are very real. Go on, we can say. And he says, now, I haven't personally witnessed the brutalities out there. I have the luxury of staying in my container, you see. If I need to go somewhere, they just move my container. And he laughs. Wait, they move the container, we can say? And he says, yes, I'm an old man, Harry. My legs aren't what they used to be. They lift my office with that big crane. It's actually very fun. You should try it. Interesting. But enough about me and my fun container. His face turns serious. The killers the company hired, I think there were 3 of them, all hardened commando types. One of them got downright suicidal, getting drunk, violent, a little rapey. He shakes his head. Even their own negotiator couldn't control him. That's your boy, the one who likes hanging out in trees. By negotiator, you mean Joyce, says Kim. And Everard says, Harry, he says, ignoring the lieutenant. What you need to realize is we dock workers are not pushovers. We got grit, Harry. This whole neighborhood does. Push us hard enough and we push back. And when we do, he raises a finger. We push to kill. Wait, the whole neighborhood is in on it? I doubt that because he's probably speaking for the neighborhood, but we can try it. And he says, potentially, Harry, potentially. We got arm wrestling champions, rowing club people, ex-coal miners, tough guys, all ready to spring into action for their home base. Who exactly did the pushing, we can ask? And he says there's a militant wing inside the Union, a group of people whose duties don't involve manual labor, but peacekeeping in the neighborhood, making sure everything runs smoothly. They're like you guys, he nods to you and the lieutenant, idealistic people who want to make sure bad things don't happen. And if they already have, well, punishment must follow. Kim says, so these idealists killed our victim? Mm-hmm, says Everard. One day, Titus Hardy, leader of this peacekeeping faction, comes up to me and says, boss, socialist democratic fervor drove us to take it upon ourselves to kill this beast that was burdening the land. He probably worded it differently. Yeah, that doesn't sound like the Hardy fellows. But that was the idea. Sure sounded to me like they killed him. He chuckles. I gave them 2 weeks paid leave and told them to lay low to avoid retaliation. Aren't you worried we might arrest them for this, says Kim? And Everard says, oh, I'm not at all worried about that. These are not the kind of men who get arrested. They're Martinez boys, tough and gritty. I'd like to see the man who takes them in. And he chuckles. Besides, I sent my lawyer girl to look after them. And we pass an empathy check. If he's just boasting, then it sure doesn't feel like that to you. He's genuinely not worried. But we already know that the guy was dead before he was hung. So this isn't giving us any answers. There was a bullet in the hanged man's head, we can say. So they shot him? He sounds pleasantly surprised. He was shot in the head before he was hanged, says Kim. How odd. And the man shrugs. I don't know what to say, Lieutenant. They told me they hanged him. A hanged man is what I saw when I looked into the yard. What I do know is the case is in safe hands. If anyone can get to the bottom of this shot and hanged man, it's my two little policemen. Godspeed, policemen. God, I want to just slap this guy. How do you know the mercenaries were hired by the shipping company, we can say? And he says, how do I know? Let me tell you about these people. He slams his fists on the desk. That's their M.O., modus operandi. It's what they do. Last winter, some poor workers in Terminal E went on a little strike. The company sent in Sediment, a security contractor. The strike was over, and the workers' right to wear protective footwear, Harry. These guys turn up and started beating people. Tell you what, Harry, I wouldn't be surprised if we got the same mercenary company after a little rebranding. And I'm sure as hell not surprised to see an army of scabs under my gates. So you believe scabs were organized by the security contractor, says Kim, and Everard says you said it. Hell. The fist slams on the desk again. One of those guys looks big enough to take down the proverbial elephant. Boys like that don't just happen to show up during strikes. And we pass a visual calculus check. That does sound quite unlikely, yes. The big guy leading the scabs at the gates is colossal. And we pass an empathy check. He's not scared of them. If anything, he likes them being here. Strange. You mentioned a lawyer girl, we can say, and he says, oh, Liz is a bright one. He grins broadly. I paid for that law degree myself, thinking it'll probably turn her all fancy. But hell, Harry, she came back a firebrand socialist. Sometimes she scares me with her zeal. Tell me about Titus Hardy and his crew, we can ask. And he says, oh, they are simply fine young men. All 7 of them, exemplary union members, always working to advance their position in the local socialist democratic movement. Core members. Old Theo used to run them, but things really kicked into gear when Titus took the reins and named the group after himself. He starts laughing. Gotta love his initiative. Interesting, says Kim. Who's second in command? They're almost all of them great guys, born leaders. Whatever happened, I'm sure they only had the best interests of Martinez and Revocol in mind. Work with them. Hell, interview them. But don't fight them. They really are just like you. Men who like beer, women, and some order on the streets. Everard, I met these Hardys, we can say. Can you ask them to cooperate with me? And we gain 5 experience. But of course, it's the least I can do for my good friend, Harry. I'll do it right after we've concluded this talk. And we pass an authority check. You can now go and tell Titus about this. See what he has to say. Also, Harry, here's 5 real. And he holds out a banknote. Wait, why are you giving it to me, we can say? He says, I'm not giving you anything. I'm just holding out 5 real. Doggone it. I really could use some money. I really could use the money. So what do? Do we take 5 real from this union boss guy trying to bribe us? We don't need it. We don't need it. I only wanted you to help me with the Hardy Boys, we can say. And he says, oh, I wasn't offering it to you. I was just holding it out there. And he pockets the bill. But I am willing to share information. Was there anything else? And that's it. Good talk. Let's conclude for now. Was it a good talk, says Everard, and he leans back, suddenly worried. I'm not sure we made much headway here. I was hoping we'd bust the case wide open. Heck, I even wanted to tell you what I really want to achieve with the strike. I don't know what happened, Harry. I wanted you to feel like Mr. Martinez. And of course, I also wanted you to find your gun. Great sadness comes over him, but it's like I can't completely trust you. Yet, we can say. And he says, yes, Harry, it's like I can't fully trust you if you're not a man of the left, he says, slowly shaking his head. I want to, but I just can't. And we pass an empathy check. He's been hurt too much in the past by men who aren't social democrats. Four options. I'm not a man of the left. I'm a patriot of Revacol. You're right not to trust me. I take care of me. I'm a hustler. I grind. I'm a money engineer. 3. What's that supposed to mean? I'm more left than you are. Or 4. This is another corrupt scheme, isn't it? I'm neither left nor right. I do what my heart tells me to do. I don't like any of these options. I want to keep it professional. I want to say, look, I'm a cop. It doesn't matter what my politics are. I'm just investigating the case. That's all I'm doing. Has nothing to do with my politics. I guess the closest match is number 4. I do what my heart tells me to do. We get some healed morale. What does your heart tell you about your lost gun, Harry? Does it tell you to forget about it? Or do you think it wants to be found? He picks something from his teeth. I think it's lonely and cold. I think it wants to be found, and I have a proposal for you. Rockland says, nice chair he has. Would you go for one like that, Ox? That's quite a chair. I mean, he's a big guy, and not even he fills out that chair. I don't know if I could go for a chair like that, but it looks cozy. Kim says, and what would this entail? Once again, says Everard, I require nothing unethical or illegal of you. You just need to get 2 little signatures on this piece of paper. He pulls out an envelope and then mail it to my accountant in La Delta. Oh, God. What is happening? We're turning into a stooge for the mob. What are the signatures for, we can ask. And he says, I'm glad you asked, Harry. The union is going to build a modern youth center in Martinez. And he grins broadly. It will be righteous. We're going to get those teenagers off drugs and on roller skates. And we pass a physical instrument check. Roller skating, not drugs, Harry. You like this. There's a nameless little street on the coast with some old houses around it. Most people have already signed. I just need 2 more signatures to get this mission off the ground, Harry. Oh, great. So he wants to buy some property, but there are some people who live there, and he wants us to go rough up some of the people who live there and who have refused to sign the document. Where is this place exactly, we can say? And he says, on the coast, Harry, across the canal. There's a cul-de-sac there, a little village they're calling it, a gloomy place. You'll find it. I trust your detective skills, Harry. And we pass a shivers check. Water drips from the eaves. A woman looks at her freshly tarred skiff. There's a pair of cavalry boots under the fish in the box, and the wind howls like a vicious spirit. What will happen to the current occupants, we ask, and he says they're just going to have to deal with the construction noise for 6 months, and then they'll be living like kings, right next to a fancy new youth center, designed by the best architects from Stella Maris. Kim, what do you think of this? Kim is my moral center. If Kim dislikes it, I can't do it. He says it depends. I don't think what we just got from Mr. Clare was very useful, and he studies Everard. But he thinks it's your call, says Spree de Corps. And Everard says, as I said, it weighs on me heavily, and he bows his head in shame, then looks up and smiles. But once we get really talking, well, I'm going to hand you the keys to Martinez, and maybe even help you figure out who's behind this killing. Eshol.com says, in other words, illegal strong arming. Yeah. No, we're playing right into his hands. This is his best dream. The actual cops come in wanting information from him, and to get that information, he's having actual cops go around and do his dirty work. Now we're going to go rough up some people living in their own homes to encourage them to sell the land so he can build a youth center, and he's getting cops to do this? Oh, dear. Rockland F says, on the next scandal video, Ox has criminal tendencies. See his Wasteland 3 and Disco Elysium playthroughs. What does Oxhorn's gameplay reveal about his true character? I can see it already. Milosh says, what starts with T, ends with T, and is full of tea? A teapot. Hey, nice, nice, Milosh. Love it. Weird Beard says, it's kind of late for that front, Ox. You're a superstar. That's true. I am a superstar now. But am I a superstar who knocks on people's doors and asks them to move? Okay, I need to interview the Hardy Boys now that I've unlocked some more dialogue options. Let's go down and do that first. And if we have to, we can always come back and accept his task. So for now, I'm going to say, no, I'm not going to do this. Perfectly acceptable. And he smiles. No one's going to force you to do anything. But I don't know about that gun of yours. You see, I'm a vengeful man, Harry. Part of how I got where I am is that, well, I can be quite nasty sometimes. But the good news is, the moment you change your mind and want to look into this matter, just tell me, and we'll be buddies again. And he smiles pleasantly. The lieutenant's eyes meet yours, and he shrugs. We pass a esprit de corps check. Okay, fine. Can we go over a few details concerning the murder again? But we've gone through all of that. Oh, God. Let's talk to the Hardy Boys. See where that leads us. I want to find out what's in this thing. But we need rhetoric. Gemma says, we all know what Ox would say. Persistence and shotguns. It just works. I mean, that is what I would say. Did we see what was in here? I think we did. Oh, volition. Well, we need to improve our volition. I like the tooltips here. Okay, Hardy Boys. We're in the whirling in rags. Why is the find the murder weapon one? Oh, right. You need to find the firearm that killed the hanged man. Something tells you it will take some time. You could start by identifying the bullet so you'd know what weapon shot it. After that, keep your eyes open and be patient. We did a ballistics analysis of the bullet. Perform an advanced analysis using HE coordination, hand-eye coordination. Oh. Do we still have the bullet? I don't think we still have it. Oh, yeah, we do. What improves my hand-eye coordination? Reaction speed. I think I have my hand-eye coordination gloves already on. No, that's interfacing. Put skill points in the hand-eye coordination to open this white check. Oh, do I have another point? I could open it up, but I want to unlock one of these. Oh, but I can't unlock it. Well, it's only 28% though. Can I get the rifle back? Ranker says this is what you need the antique rifle for. Also talk with Klasj without Kim about the night you got trashed. I already did that. When Kim was away, I went back to her and talked with her about that. Well, I mean, I'd have to go get my antique rifle back. I sold it to the pawnbroker guy.
Hello, hello. Let me know if I can help you with anything.
Have people from Everard Clare's Union come here to track that gun? Maybe, says Bird's Nestroy. Shady-looking guys came in here yesterday looking like they just taken off their Wild Pines overalls. They asked if I have a police weapon to sell. I told them I already sold it. They went their way. It was a trip. But you know, all sorts of people come here asking all sorts of things. Where did I put the antique rifle? I think I might have sold it for the money. But I can't buy it back, can I?
Hello, hello. Let me know if I can help you with anything.
Yeah, I pawned it in this menu. Well, that's what I get for pawning something. All right. Fractured bullet. It's going to be very difficult. But I'll try. Hey! Well, look at that. A rifle, Revolutionary period. Your bullet looks to be an old 4.46 millimeter from the surplus left over from the turn of the century. Probably an antique or retrofitted antique. Make? The 4.46 caliber was widely used with the Bell Margrave rifle, a Revicolian manufacturer. The BM dominated the battlefield of the Insulindian theater of the anticentennial revolution 50 years ago. Is anyone still making these rifles? No, but Ziegler, a major firearm manufacturer, ended up with a surplus after the war. So there are a lot of these old military rifles floating around, usually broken. The quality was appalling. Who uses Bell Margrave rifles these days? Antique enthusiasts, guerrilla fighters in distant countries, a few lucky jamrock bangers. You're looking for a well-preserved antique, most likely. The lieutenant jots something down in his notebook. What are you thinking? Bullet? I think I know where this came from, and we can dangle the bag thoughtfully. Okay, and? The shot probably came from a Bell Margrave rifle. An antique. That makes sense. There can't be many breech-loaded rifles floating around Martinez or anywhere in Revicol, really. Why not? We can ask. And he says, sure, there's some arms trafficking, but the laws prohibit the use of breech loaders we inherited from the monarchy have been effective, from what I've seen. Some new RCM recruits get impatient with their muzzle loaders once they've trained with military-grade weapons, but they realize it's worth it in the end. Worth it? Getting shot? Imagine if everyone, cops, citizens, had access to firearms that could shoot multiple rounds without pausing to reload. After the first shot, the second, the third, and so on come much easier. But back to the investigation. Seems like we are looking for an antiques enthusiast, we could say, or could the victim have been mixed up with some foreign guerrilla fighters, maybe? Have well-armed jamrock bangers started crossing over into Martinez? Or we could just say it's mysterious. Let's see, antiques enthusiast, and we gain 5 experience. Doesn't seem that likely, but we'll go check out all possible leads. Next step, finding the gun itself. I can't believe that I sold the murder weapon, but at the time I thought that he was hanged. When I sold it, I didn't know he had been shot. Guerrilla fighters? Alright. Well, let's talk to him. Maybe.
Hello. Let me know if I can help you with anything.
Find the murder weapon. Locate a working firearm that shoots 4.46 ammo. Well, maybe it wasn't the one that I pawned, because the one I pawned was broken, right? There was that gun in that room. Remember we found that room in the library with some of those antique guns. Let's try that. Before we go talking to the Hardy Boys, let's go back and find that room with the guns. This is where we found the rifle. But that's it. No more rifles. Well, shoot. I wish I could buy it back. I wish we could talk to him about that. But I guess we can't. Doggo does a comment with a tip. Thank you, Doggo. right, they have been told to talk with us now.
I've got nothing to say to you. Why are you wasting your time?
Okay, not her.
The clowns are still hanging around. What is it now?
Me and Everard talked. He promised you'd cooperate. Oh, so you went and talked to my mommy and now she's making me play with you? He spits. Is that it, lawman? And what's going to happen if we don't? The little guy leans forward. You going to go and tell on us? Let's see. Why don't you push me more and find out, gimp? You gonna let him talk to me like that, Titus? He turns his eyes full of hurt to the big man. Let's see. He chuckles. Yeah, I guess I am, you big jerk. He turns back to you. The old man sent word you'd be around again. That's the reason I'm being so forthcoming with you. Don't wear it out. That's it? Well, the only option that I have left is Claus J says she wasn't raped, but that would get her in trouble. Because we've been through all of that. All right, let's save. Let's see what happens if we...
The clowns are still hanging around.
Claus J says she wasn't raped. I guess we had to do it. Doggone it! The big man's eyes and veins bulge. I knew that doggone it couldn't be trusted. You've hit a nerve. Titus is furious. No more than that. The loyal Titus feels betrayed. For the record, she steps in forcefully. Titus Hardy did not explicitly specify the victim as a whore, nor did he say anything about trusting her. Oh, shut up and stay out of this, Liz. He turns back to you. He raped her. He was out of his doggone mind. You have no idea. She's just in denial, jerk. You don't understand the traumatic experience. She's shutting down, and she doesn't trust you. Yeah, she's crazy, you know, the rat-faced man says carefully. That crazy jerk, you know the type, she's jerked up. Cut the bull crap. She told me the truth. Lawman, he says through clenched teeth, I am at the end of my doggone rope with you. I told you not to push her. His hands become fists. And you went and pushed her. Something breaks in him. He takes a step closer and says, I am going to doggone it. And then Elizabeth says, Titus Hardy! Her voice rings through the room like a warning shot. Success. Titus backs off. Fists down, everybody. Doggone it. No one tells you to put your fists down. It's this physical instrument. And Elizabeth says, Everard personally sent me to take care of this. If this goes south, we'll all be in crap. But you, Titus Hardy, are going to be buried. Am I understood? And we pass a perception check. The room is so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The rest of the cafeteria has gone quiet too. And we pass a suggestion check. Someone has to rush in and break the tension. The second in command. And here comes Elaine. Look, Copper. The tattooed man snaps his fingers to get your attention. We know the dead jerk was a rapist and a killer. We got him confessing to it on tape. Show it to him, T. He turns to Titus, who's still breathing heavily. What's the harm, right? And Titus Hardy says, Here, jerkwad! And he slams an audio tape on the table. Listen to this crap, and then come back and tell me the soldier of the apocalypse was an innocent man. Interesting. Why should I care about a tape? You lied to me. You don't care about evidence? And his eyes twitch. What the crap are you a cop then for? And Aileen says, pigs, T. They don't care about getting the truth. They care about getting convictions. They're doggone keeping a score on their bulletin boards. I won't be on your bulletin board if you don't listen to the tape. We've got nothing to talk about. So what's on the tape, we can say. And he says, what's on it? We call it the Door Gunner Mega Mix. You'll know why once you listen to it. So where did you get this tape? You think we go into this crap deaf and dumb? You RCM aren't the only ones who know how to bug people. There's no university degree for that. So you've bugged them. How? We have machines. And he nods. We're in logistics. How do you think Harbor works? It's advanced stuff. Kim says, understood. You've listened in on their communications. He takes a little note. How long? Since way before their chief started taking swing lessons. Things got nice and quiet after that. Which one of you is doing this advanced radio work then, we can ask. And he says, and then Fat Angus says, it's not advanced, the heavy man wheezes. You're just holed up in a coop all day, writing down what they say. It gets hot as hell in there. Don't put yourself down, Angus. It's important work. The chief picks his beer back up to offer a silent toast. Yeah, man, you're like a radio genius or something. Those notes are some in-depth stuff. Indexes and crap. Where can I listen to this, we can ask. And Kim says, I'm sure we can find a tape player, the lieutenant whispers. Where can I listen to this, he mocks you. Why don't you try shoving it up your butt, genius? Yeah, play it with your butt, jerks thing. His voice echoes like thunder in the small room. And I'm sure we can find a tape player. It's not a problem, he repeats calmly in a hushed voice. Your room had one, or maybe it's too broken. That's enough for now. I'll get back to the investigation. Conclude. Don't forget your tape, lawman. He pushes the little tape towards you with his giant hand. Compliments of Titus Hardy. Fine, I'll listen to it. You do that, he says, adjusting his belt buckle. Oh, and keep it. Maybe you'll need a reminder of human ugliness someday. A few more things about the tape before I listen to it. I guess that's it. I'll go listen to the tape and leave. Okay, so we had to rat out what's-her-name in order to proceed with the game. Huh. Now, there was a tape player in our apartment, but it is broken. Let's go to our apartment and try it. And then I think there was a tape player inside the pawn shop. This compact tape player is still on silent. Seems it's completely broken down. There's no fixing this one. This would have been very helpful with the Megamix, he stares at the tape player, but it isn't anymore. Yeah, any ideas we can say? My kinema only comes with a radio, he ponders. Let's try to find a new tape player. Perhaps we should talk to Roy at the pawn shop. He has the stuff. There we go. So we got to go to the pawn shop. Maybe we can get our gun that we sold back too. I sold the murder weapon. I can't believe it. All right, pawn shop. We're making progress. We're unraveling this mystery. One corrupt union guy at a time. There it is. The boomboxes wait on the shelves, and your boombox, that golden amber Harman Wowshy, stares at you longingly with its tape reel eyes. Can I just play a tape on one of the boomboxes real quick? We can ask. Sorry, man. I can't be giving out freebies. Never have, won't now. Can I get a discount on this boombox? A police discount? A discount? I do have to keep the lights on, man. It's 12 real. Just don't ask him for the smallest discount. You'll insult him. The others will work. Okay. So, fair enough, businessman, 12 it is. Or, how does 10 real sound? Or, let's make it 8 real. Or, let me hit you with this. 4 real, huh? What do you say? If the others will work according to suggestion, we'll try 8. Actually, yes, let's. 8 is an even better number than 12. Even more internal balance. He observes the light on the wall and adds, better integrity, too. Thanks for the money, man. Thanks for the discount. Here's the money. All right, and here you go. Quality sound reproduction on the go. It'll play anything, wherever. Turn any tape into a conversation of sound and shapes. Fantastic! We've got it. It's a tool. How do we use it? This is the reel-to-reel boombox of everyone's youth. A little banged up, a little chipped, and honestly, not that loud either. Looks cool though. Excels at being carried on the shoulder, allowing you to play audio tape items and blast music into the face of unsuspecting strangers. Okay. That's great. So, how do we play the tape? The porta-reel is just what you need. The reel's attached to the apparatus with a satisfying click. The tape is routed behind the magnetic reader. We can play the tape. You push commencer and the tape starts spinning. Violent static and machine sounds fill the air. This isn't Revocol, a man's voice says. This is a doggone village. I can almost see the elephants. Another loud screech. Some kind of machinery. Kim says, the harbor. The lieutenant takes out his notebook. That's the sound of a Kvalsund crane. We pass an interfacing check. He's right. The Great Door Gunner Megamix continues. More static. When this crap is done, I'm going to tear that place up. Soldier of the Apocalypse style. Kill crap. Dogs and chickens, too. Gonna rent a room, Cordy. A real nice one. This part is unintelligible. I don't give a crap. I'm doggone done. I'm done mentally. I'll freaking do them all in. Rape that disco jerk on the counter. You know, the dancer, bad person upstairs. Do it Kohoy style. Never did get the taste out of my mouth. A click, then silence. The rest of the tape is empty. The lieutenant presses the button marked Erator on your porter reel. The tape stops spinning. What was that at the very end? Silence? End of recording, says Kim. What do you think we can say? It seems authentic enough. Probably recorded off the shortwave, then edited to seem more incriminating. He sounds like he was on patrol around the harbor walls. I agree he sounds inebriated. Still, the lieutenant looks at the tape. You're familiar with this look now. It's his look of suspicion. There's more going on here than we know. But he did say he was going to do it. You can't edit words into someone's mouth. Indeed, but... Well, I think he sounded all right, just letting off some steam. Yes, he says incredulously. It was just locker room talk. Okay, so it's all the same stuff. Who's this Cordy, we can ask? One of the other mercenaries, I think. The one he was talking to. A friend of his? What's Kohoy? A village on the Sumerian Izola in South Safre. Grad committed war crimes there. The kind of thing he talks about. You think he was there? Who knows? Maybe the tattoos would have an answer. Or maybe Kohoy is just merc talk for atrocity. Slaughter. Okay, then what now? I think we've got a few more questions for Klasche, don't you? He looks around. This seems to contradict her testimony, at least to some degree. As you take out the tape, the boombox tunes itself back to the cheery radio again, spewing out beats like it's a Friday night. The contrast feels chilly, inappropriate even. Well, I mean, it's not proof that he did rape her. In the tape, he said that he was going to, right? He was drunk. He said that he was going to, but maybe Instead of raping her, he actually succeeded in seducing her. I don't know. It's weird. Let's go talk to her. So the boombox continues to play as I walk around. That's hilarious. Well, he's a superstar, right? Is that the door? Weird Beard says, kind of pushing it there. Yeah, but then why would she say that? Why would she defend him? Let's find out.
Officer, it's a fine day for questions.
Titus Hardy gave us a recording where the deceased states his intention to commit rape. She puts her coffee cup down with a soft ring as the porcelain meets the metal table. This does not surprise her. Did he? A smile flits across her face. I never said he was a good man, or that he had good intentions, only that he was never bad to me. On this tape, he specifically identifies you as the target. Where did they get the recording exactly? It's intercepted radio chatter of the deceased, recorded via a de-encryption station. It's authentic enough. She arches her brow. Does he say he's going to do it Soldier of the Apocalypse style? Yeah, those are the exact words he used. Yeah, that was practically his pickup line. And she picks the cup back up. Really? That's his pickup line? Really? Hey, baby, you're looking good. I'm gonna rape you, Soldier of the Apocalypse style? Really? That was his pickup line? Oh my God. This is awful. We pass an electrochemistry check. A memory surfaces in her tired neocortex. It's not entirely unpleasant. I mean, she's like sounding like she was into all of this. Golly. Did he say whores a lot? He was pretty much on the verge of doing it Cohoy style. Yes, the word whore was used. He liked the way it sounded when he said it. As to Cohoy, the young woman lights a new cigarette with the butt of her old one. He wasn't actually there. He didn't do a tour, or at least didn't tell me he did. Would have been overkill anyway. He lived his own little Cohoy. It was in his everything. What? So this guy was just some idiotic jerk who fantasized about committing mass atrocities on unsuspecting villages, fantasized about raping people, but he never actually did any of those things? Is that what we're supposed to believe from this lady? Why say things like that? We can ask. Machismo? And Kim says, yes. Was he bragging? And she says, oh no, I'm pretty sure he did all of those things. Oh. Then integrated them into his idea of normalcy to keep on living until they just sort of turned into his, and she thinks, what's the word I'm looking for? Coping mechanism, catchphrase, persona. Maybe persona, running joke. I was going to say running joke, and it sounds like you didn't even get the good bits. Lele's punchlines got way, way funkier than that. He was like the Seminoles conflict, the Cohoy massacre, and the 36 famine in Yasut all rolled into one person, then cast into Orgenes ceramic armor, which he wore in bed and in the shower. Ew. When he said he was done, and done mentally, it didn't sound like a joke. It sounded like a deeply troubled man. That's true. Hold on, we can say. He said he was mentally done. That sounds like a broken man to me. And she goes, well, and she smiles. Maybe I pieced him back together with my magical personality. Weren't you afraid, we can ask? And she says, afraid of what? That tape the Hardy Boys recorded? Your mother probably never told you this, but girls are evil. Had I the physical robustness and social support, I'd be in Cohoy. I would be tearing it up, Soldier of the Apocalypse style. We pass a half-light check. She wouldn't. She doesn't have the full schmin in her. Did he tell you he had actually done any of those things? Here in Martinez, I mean? No, she says. We were too busy laying waste to our own nervous systems to direct any of the fury outwards. He seemed, and she thinks, he seemed happy, I guess, at ease, as much as a man like him could be. There was a small measure of pride in her that she could quell the rage in such a being. Kim says, thank you for clearing that up, miss, and he turns to us. Whenever you're ready, I'm interested to hear what Titus Hardy has to say now. She takes a very small sip of her coffee and smiles. Now that you've had some time, can you tell us more about the victim? Like, for example, his name? Actually, officer, I didn't know his name. I just called him Laley. A nickname? I guess he came from Lelystad. It's short for that, and it was his army name, apparently. He said his real name wasn't his. I tried to pry it out of him, but it was no use. Lelystad. That's a good start. The lieutenant writes it down in his notebook, then tears out a page and hands it to us. We have a few questions you can help with. A few things a field autopsy alone can't answer. The young woman cranes her neck, trying to catch a glimpse of the page the lieutenant passed to us. On it is a list of autopsy observations recorded neatly in blue ink. Oh, God, here we go. Get my cigar ready for this. One, where is Lelystad? This place, I mean. In Orange, officer. It's a, I think, municipality is the term. A nowhere town there. You were almost right, officer. The lieutenant shakes his head like you just missed a shot in the darts. That means his race was Occidental, not Mondial. I'll update the form. You were both from Orange? Yes, we were compatriots. Did that bring you together, says Kim. No, he was too old for that, and from another part of Orangenburg. I didn't even understand his accent. What brought us together wasn't Orange, it was bad habits. Sex and alcohol, says electrochemistry. Speed, probably also cylindrophil, says electrochemistry. How old was he, miss? He was 42. 42? Are you sure? I would have had him above 50, says Kim. He had many scars that made him appear older, but no. The memory makes her smile. We even celebrated his birthday like some weeks ago. It was a funny 2 days. He had little reason to lie to me. We were slightly off then, says Kim. Thank you for clearing that up. The lieutenant makes a correction in his notes. Anti-coordination success, a miss. Physical instrument. The adversary won. What was his eye color? Blue, light blue. They were like, and she stops, her eyes half closed, then continues, like little blue galaxies, you know. It was strange seeing those eyes in his screwed up face. Pardon the swearing, she takes a drag. I do him an injustice. He wasn't ugly, and he had a beautiful soft voice. Very surprising, what with all the scarring. It was quite something watching him speak. He had a combat wound on his chin and mouth. Yes, severe. She seems to enjoy the word. It made him look like half his face was cracking away in some strange smile. That and those eyes. Oh, yes, the lieutenant suddenly remembers his hair. If you can remember. It was light brown, almost blonde. He darkened it with brilliantine, made it oily. Not nice to stroke. I couldn't convince him to leave it alone. Interesting. I, too, have stroked his hair, we can say. And she goes, oily, isn't it? She says, unfazed. She draws on her cigarette and lets the smoke linger for a moment in her mouth. We have that in common now. Yeah, they both stroked his hair. He had a tattoo. What did it mean? Oh, she smiles. That. It's clear she liked it. You liked it? Oh, quite a lot, yes. Was it a map of his service history? Sure, service history. It was mostly for showing off to chicks, though. For showing off to chicks? How so? How? And she leans back. Imagine him lying in bed. Freakish musculature laid out on the sheets. Scarred, of course. Tattooed. The sheets are dirty for some reason. He's smoking and drinking, of course, and his chest and shoulders and arms are studded with stars. Tens, hundreds of them, maybe even thousands. And the woman goes like, she points at the air with her sharp-nailed finger, picking out an imaginary tattoo star. What was this, baby? And he says, she lowers her voice comically, that was too hardcore. Don't ask me about that. So she goes, okay, but what's this, baby? And he's like, saw some bad crap there. Killed some loincloths. And so it goes. Star after star, port after port, third world country after third world country, and he's done horrible things in every single one of them. You were the woman in this? Oh, yeah. And she nods. Can you tell us precisely what these mean? And we hand her the photo. No, thank you. She does not take it. I have seen enough of him dead. I can tell you what they meant without looking at them. She pours herself some more coffee. Go on, says Kim. He was a blue-eyed boy with thick arms from a small town. He was also poor, and the government of Orange needed some people killed, so they turned him into a grotesque killer for money. To gain 5 experience, he went to Killer Academy in Vreedfort. Killer Academy? Really? Then he killed some people on the Semines Island, and on the others too, all of the islands. After this, he came to Revicol and got killed himself. Not a very fun story, we can say. It is when you're high. It can be very exciting then. You have the tools to deal with it. It's not a very nice story to remember when you're sober. She smiles faintly. A change of topic? Tell me something odd. Did he enjoy his death? Why do you ask? She seems unsurprised. We could say that it came to me in an occult vision, or it's just a feeling I have. Indulge me. Well, it's wrong. He had too many drinks to down and too many bad things to do. Couldn't tap out just yet. Could it be love that did him in? It very well could be, yes, she says. What do you mean, we can say? And she says, well, what do I mean? And she raises her eyebrow. I have no idea. I don't even know what you mean. Love did him in? What does that mean? He told me, we can say, that love did him in. That's not funny, officer. Perhaps, miss, it was communism that killed him. A moment ago, it was love. And no, I don't think the Union is communist. They're a couple of shades pinker than that. They're not hardcore in that way, is what I'm trying to say. What are we talking about anyway? This politics crap is a lot in the morning. Is it even morning? And we pass an endurance check. I think she's just tired. She doesn't know what you meant by that, and can you blame her? Something miraculous is coming, we can say. He told me. The man next to you blinks. His expression does not change. And we pass a esprit de corps check. All right, let's see where this is going. From the northwest, we can say. He told me. And she says, cool. And the woman nods. She's just unfazed by all of this. We ordered a toxology report. Any idea what that will show us? And she says, a real rainbow splattering of pharmaceuticals, I bet. And she grins, barbiturates, amphetamines, sildenafil. We pass an electrochemistry check. Hear that? Sildenafil, just like you suspected. You have a great nose for this stuff. What is sildenafil, we can ask? And electrochemistry says it's for maintaining an erection. Oh, God. Uppers are vasoconstrictors, so that feet becomes problematic. Oh. Okay, and how do I know this? Because you're a scientist, of course, says electrochemistry. She says, how much does that toxology report cost the police of Revicol? I can do it for half of that. Save you some money. Make some myself. It's quite expensive, miss, says Kim, but we'll manage without your help for now. We requested a semen screening from processing, we can say. And she goes, good for you. And Kim says, what do you think it'll tell us? And she says, I don't know how a semen sample works, officers. How many days after intercourse does it have to be? I don't even know if we had sex with someone else. We didn't go steady. Jeez. I think we've finished with this line of questioning, and we can hand the lieutenant back his notes. And we gain 10 experience. All right. The lieutenant puts the slip back in his notes and observes the young woman for a moment. Cool, gracefully, she pours herself more coffee. To pass this white skill check, we need a higher volition. I guess that's it. Visual calculus. Wait, stop. That man, bloated beyond all recognition, was 42? It's what she said, yes. Below the damage, the weeks of decomposition, all that swollen indignity of mortality, he was 42 years old? Where is this going? How old are you? That's where this is going. 45,000 liters of raw alcohol has left its disfigurements. What lies beneath, you wonder? You could ask either one of them. Kim, how old do you think I am? We can ask. Huh? The lieutenant isn't quite sure he heard you. How old do I look? How old? 58. What if you're wrong? We were both wrong about the deceased. He turned out to be 40. 42. And he was deceased. He had been decomposing for a week, says Kim. The ravages of Al Ghul are nearly as extreme as that of death itself, Lieutenant Kitsuragi. And there is silence. And then a little more. Here it comes. Some mercy, says Empathy. And Kim says, sure, you're 42. He squints. Let's go. Wait! This requires scientific measurement. Bring it on. I'm not afraid of the truth. And we gain a thought. To the laboratorium. Ooh. Date of birth generator. Your face looks like it's 58 and your body feels like it's 60. Your mind feels like it's lived for 1 day or 100. Both longer than they ought to be, the day and the century. But for how long, then, has this thing attached to your sentience walked the planet's crust? Time to start racking those brains of yours, Elder One. When and where were you born? But we can't internalize it, because we can't unlock these slots. Now, can we get visual calculus? No, it was it visual calculus or was it volition? Nope, we can't level that up. No Name says, I need a shower now. Yeah, that was a pretty grotesque conversation, wasn't it? Door Gunner Megamix. Talk to Titus about the Door Gunner Megamix. All right. Wait a minute. Hold on. Do we have some timed quests here? I think we do. Yeah. Close the water lock on Wednesday. Filed on Monday. Pick up your dice from the dice maker. So wait, we could go close the water lock now. Today's Wednesday, isn't it? It's day 3, because we started on Monday. All right, let's go talk to Titus and then go close the water lock. But wait, if we close the water lock before finding out who does the drugs, they're all going to leave. This game is full of too much information, TMI, says Laura. You're telling me I have to read it, right? I've got a broadcast here. I have to read it live before an audience, and I'm just like terrified at every dialogue because I don't know what's going to pop up. At least I don't have to speak to Kuno anymore. Now, I've got these doors. I want to see if I can break into these doors. Nope.
The clowns are still hanging around. What is it now?
So I talked to Claus J about the tape. And, says Titus, and nothing. She stands by what she said. That doggoner. He stares at his beer for 2 seconds intently, then turns to you. You're the worst cops in Revocol. I gave you gold on that tape. Okay, gold, it was just locker room talk. It's not evidence, or it was dark stuff, but it didn't prove anything, and it didn't change her mind. Or, yeah, it was bad. Honestly, I expected it to have more of an effect. She pretty much laughed it off, Titus. I guess we'll do that. Doggone it, doggone it, or doggone it all. He shakes his head in disbelief. And what did she say then? That it's fine? People are supposed to be like that? Sounds like he wanted it to change her mind about the hanged man. This is definitely personal. 4 options. It didn't come off as a surprise to her, and she definitely wasn't scared. Actually, I think it made her a little nostalgic. 3, if anything, she seemed turned on by the whole door gunning thing. And for Titus, she said she would like to be a little door gunner herself if she could. If we say turned on, he's going to go livid, because I think jealousy is more involved in this than he would like to admit. So let's do that. Yes, says Kim. In fact, the lieutenant looks at you and then at him. I think she thought it was a little funny. Funny, says Titus. Titus mumbles, his lips barely moving. No good doggone psycho. All right, and he slams his giant fist on the doorframe. All doggone it right then. I guess it's good then. That doggone it all. Please try to control yourself in the presence of visitors, Titus, says Elizabeth. Her voice is a bit softer than earlier. And we get experience. Titus rubs his chin with his palm as if trying to grind it smooth. This is just perfect. Just stinking perfect. Any thoughts on this, lawman? And we pass a physical instrument check. Women are crazy. Irrational. Oh, God. This is what physical instrument is convincing us to believe. Women are crazy, irrational. That's what you're thinking, right? Also, your fists are itching for a bump. So if we say something like that, we're going to get a fist bump from Titus, who probably believes the same thing. 5 options. 1, I think this is personal for you. I think you had feelings for her. 2, you know what? I think women are crazy, man. 3, maybe she isn't who you thought she was. Or 4, maybe she's still in denial. You know, like a defense mechanism. Or 5, be straight with me, Titus. What really happened? Let's try the women are crazy line. That's probably going to make him happy. And he says, you can say that again, copper. And he holds out a giant fist. Right here. Fist bump. Here we go. Bump it hard. I'm going to bump it hard. Healed morale. Your fist connects with him, with his, hard. The slam is audible. You can almost hear his bones ring. Your knuckles tingle life-affirmingly. A flash of pain, like slamming your fist against iron. He is stronger than he looks, and he looks like Ramut Karzai. And now you, Binoclard. His voice is chummy as he turns to the lieutenant. The lieutenant adjusts his glasses, then extends his curled fist and taps Titus's bruised knuckles. Oh, I love Kim. He's the best partner ever. Esprit de corps check, and a bond has been formed. Not bad, says physical instrument. Well, let's see. Maybe she isn't who you thought she was. Nah, I know her, says Titus. He looks upstairs, distracted. She's just a girl in over her head. Lots of interesting options, but I think we can go number 2, Titus. She has special training, and I'm not talking about Orange's Lit. I don't know what the crap that means. Orange's lit? What is that crap? Literature? And Kim says, I've noticed the same. The lieutenant says to you quickly, then turns to Titus. Yes, he means Orange's literature. Women are always reading, right? Esprit de corps. The lieutenant adjusts his electronic wristwatch. Psychological and physical training from an unknown government body. I noticed it. You noticed it. They haven't. So, she was trained by a government. What? To be a spy? Maybe she's still in denial, like a defense mechanism. And he goes, yeah, maybe. That is a possibility. But he doesn't sound very convinced by that anymore. So we can say, I think this is personal for you. I think you had feelings for her. And Glenn says, pfft. Glenn explodes with indignation. Everyone's got feelings for each other. Where are you going with this? And Titus says, it's all right, Glenn. And he rubs his temple. I just thought I thought anyone would come around if they heard that crap. Apparently I was wrong. Yeah, that was screwed up. He smiles sympathetically. And we gain 5 experience. Suggestion. He wanted her to see the man for what he was. Now that you know, you might want to lay off this topic or else you might antagonize him. Okay. I just got too worked up. Big man lost his crap. He shakes his head. It's cool now. All right, be straight with me, Titus. What really happened? I already told you, says Titus Hardy. He puts his giant face in his hands and sighs. We doggone hanged him. There's less gusto in his voice now. His men, too, are growing increasingly silent. And Kim says, come on, Titus. We know you didn't hang him. He was shot. He taps on his notebook. I know you're tired. So am I. Why don't you just... And Titus says, you know what? And he gets closer. I am tired. I'm tired of you and the bad, nasty person upstairs. Next time you see her, tell her Titus said, screw off. He throws his beer can down. And we pass a half-light check. This is the petulant rage of someone who's at the end of their wits. Titus says that lying, scamming. We're done. This is over, you understand? Your little investigation is over. Yeah, says Elaine. There's silence in the room. Elaine starts saying something, then thinks best not to. But we pass a perception check. On the floor, beer drips out of the can into a small puddle. No one does anything about it. What is this quiet funeral crap, says Titus Hardy. What we need is some beers in us. He looks around. Bartender, 20 beers for the Dockworkers Union. And Garth, the cafeteria manager, says, why don't we make it 40, huh? The man shouts from behind the counter, why don't we make it 100 beers? You're not loud enough. Glenn says, 100 beers. Now we're talking. Glenn livens up. Hoppity hop over here, cafeteria manager. And we pass an electrochemistry check. The window might be closing. The more beers they get in them, the less cooperative they will be. Ooh, but it's a low check. It's still 28%. Really? Okay, let me see if I can put some rhetoric gear on to increase my odds. Conceptualization, -1 to rhetoric. Electrochemistry, esprit de corps, drama, physical instrument, conceptualization, electrochemistry, logic, esprit de corps, drama, half-light, shivers and... logic, drama. No.
It's you again. What is it?
I don't have anything that helps rhetoric. Let's try it. Clausjay is playing them like a fiddle. Tell them how bad they got played and they'll tell you the truth. There are many ways to go about it, all of them really good. Well, so we failed the check, so we're not going to get it. But if we play the imaginary fiddle that's going to piss them all off. So we'll try it. Number 3, I know what's going on here. I've been wronged too. I got this doggone dark shadow over my heart. What the hell are you talking about, says Titus. If we talk about an ancient sadness, he's going to just laugh us out of the room. So we'll say, I got screwed over by some lady. Screwed over really bad. And he goes, look around, cop. And he spreads his arms. These men are dock workers. They don't want to hear about your psycho circus. I kind of wanted to hear about the circus boss, says Elaine. And Shaky says, yeah, me too. I'm always up to see a cop cry. And Kim says, you won't hear it. The lieutenant intervenes. That's enough of the circus now, officer. Let's do procedural questions. Or even, and he nods towards the exit, why don't we take a little breather? Ooh, damaged morale. These working class oafs don't know how to talk about feelings. You shouldn't have opened up to them or anyone. Oh, so we got to increase our rhetoric. Ranker says drugs help with these checks. Yeah, but I don't have anything that improves my rhetoric. That's physique. That's intellect. Psyche. Motorics and psyche. Motorics and psyche. Yeah, that's a rhetoric check, and I don't have anything that improves my rhetoric. So I just need to spec more points into it, I guess. Convince Titus to tell the whole story. Take down Kuno's dad, optional. Report back to Kuno. Enter flat number 12 in the Cape Side apartment building and get Kuno's speed. Sharing it with him will cement your friendship, and who knows what secrets will lead to. You split a kilo with Kuno. Buy fallen pants from Kuno. Do we take down his dad? I mean, there is always that we need to do. All right, let's go back to Claus J, because Titus wanted us to tell her something. How are we doing on time? Got about 40 minutes left. They improve your stats. Your stats improve your skills, just like Fallout. Oh. Alt Grendel says, for me being late to the party, no worries, Alt Grendel. I'm glad you made it. Let's see what happens if we go and wake up Kuno's dad.
Officer, it's a fine day for questions.
Oh, we can't, Oh. We can't pass on the message. All right. Well, let's go back to the apartments and confront Kuno's father. That might open something up to us, for us. I mean, I suppose we could try to take a drug or something. Motorix. Oh, I see. So psyche. So I need one, but I need one that'll improve intelligence, and none of these improve. Oh, there we go. Intellect. So I could smoke a cigarette. That'll allow me to try the check again. All right, tell you what, let's save. Did I use it? There it is, a brave little army in your pocket. The first Smokes platoon. 20 brave souls standing at salute, ready to step into the fire for you. We can pull one out of the pack. You pick the best one. This soldier is fat and succulent. What are you waiting for? Light up. Re-become yourself. The horrific necktie says, oh yes, Breton. The tie is shaking around your neck excitedly. Please light up. You need a trooper between your lips right now. Calm your crap down. Go to Pleasureland. Become a genius. We can light it up. Get a load of this rock and roll cop here, people. Johnny Thunder Cop fishes a cheap lighter out of his pants with a flick of his thumb. There's fire. A primal satisfaction. Here we go. The lighter's dark green disposable plastic. Safety's off. In your case, the safety is always off. What are the repercussions if I do this? Repercussions? There's a high risk of glory with a mild chance of cool genius. Smoking makes you into an intellectual. Everyone knows that. And we pass a logic check. It will help you concentrate a bit. That much is true. We can dip that bad boy in the flame and breathe it in. Intellect raised. Thick, warm smoke gets sucked down into your lungs. Immediately you feel a warm, nostalgic fill your head. Body, hey, we got a new skill point out of that. And soul, a nostalgia for yourself, the man you were in your youth. Johnny Thunder Cop is back, and he's chill as balls. We leveled up by smoking a cigarette. Tutorial agent. In the bottom right-hand corner of the screen, there's the Smokes button. Click it to gain +1 intellect skills. Logic, rhetoric, conceptualization, visual calculus, encyclopedia, and drama. This is good before a white check, but it damages your health. Smokes,
It's you again. What is it?
Oh, it's locked. But I just leveled up.
It's you again. What is it?
58%. Come on. Come on! I'm going to tell you a little story about Kim here. What story? A story that fits the occasion, of course. I invented a wonderful allegory for all of this. No, Kim looks around. There is no story. We can point to the lieutenant. You see, Kimothy here got himself into a jam. I didn't, the lieutenant says quietly. Let's not do stories. Let's do questions. Rhetoric says, no, don't listen to him. This is gold stuff. Now let's get didactic. Kimo got to thinking he could trust this bad chick because she was hot. So he asked her to lie for him. She promised she would, then ratted him out. Almost cost him his job. Titus says, so you got played, huh? Titus glances at the lieutenant, and we pass the rhetoric check. Good. You got his attention. Now reward it with a metaphor. Like 3-string banjos. Or like a damn deck of cards. Or, Titus, she played Kim like a miniature train set. Yes, says Kim. A miniature train set. He turns to Titus. The point is, this allegorical Kim should have just told the truth. You need to man up and take charge, little guy, says Titus. Crap's got to be equal in a couple. Listen to your buddy Titus here. He points to himself. Nothing like this would ever happen to a Hardy boy. And Kim says, thank you, I'll try. Please understand that Kim in this story was an allegory for you. You shouldn't try to hide the truth. And Titus says, sure, Bino Claude, allegory. Titus looks at him with a sympathetic smile. You didn't get played. Titus did. I'm going to do you a solid and change the subject, okay? We pass an authority check. A man like Titus is way too confident to get that analogy. This man would rather live in a fantasy world where he isn't a complete loser. You need to be more forceful next time. I mean, I could try again. Let's load my last save. Let's take the cigarette. To level up. Now that we're leveled up, let's put 1 point again into rhetoric. Let's try it again.
It's you again. What is it?
Yay! Convince Titus he's being manipulated? Bad idea. Bringing her up will do no good. You should know by now, Titus will never falter. But one of his boys will. Just remember, it's about more than Klasje. It's about these men and Martinez, their district, their responsibility. Outside in the midday sun, ruins. The pavements are cracked and the benches peeling. Newspapers blow in the wind. That's it then. Case closed. We can look around. We're going home, Kim. Huh? The lieutenant raises his brow. He'll get it. Go on. Write it down, Kim. In Martinez, they just kill you because they don't like you. And Kim says, got it. And he takes out his notebook. Kill you because they don't like you. All because... So we're playing mind games. Did they really kill? Any one of these will work. They didn't kill because of, what's the most interesting one? All because of, let's see, all because of some chick. And Elaine says, a wince. It's involuntary. Bring that up one more time and you won't get to write that report. But we pass a half-light check. The man's fists under the table are bald. You can tell from his neck and shoulders he means it. Kim says, yes, I understand. Elaine, that's your name, right, Elaine? You'll kill us. He scratches in his notebook. That's what they do in the wild north. 3 options. Hang you, like in the Dark Ages. They just hang you, shoot you, whatever. They can't even remember. They just hang you, shoot you, light you on fire. They don't care. And Fat Angus says, we didn't light him on fire. You hear the fat man squeeze. He's trying to get up. That's it. That's the weak one. You flushed him out. Now go in for the... Then Theo says, officer, you will be next if you don't shut up. The old man reaches for his belt, but his voice is strangely calm, and we pass a hand-eye coordination check. Firearm. A glance 08. Or a .38, a 38 caliber pistol. Either is too small enough for you. Either is small enough for you to have missed. He's onto you. He knows what you're trying to do. If we turn to Theo, it probably won't go anywhere, but maybe we can turn to Angus or look at Kim first. Look at Kim first. The lieutenant has put down his notebook. His hand is resting on his holster. He gives you an imperceptible nod. What? What does that mean? Well, we pass a spree to core check. It means go for it. The lieutenant has his eyes set on the fat guy. Push Angus. We're almost there. Or what, Angus? You're gonna kill me like you killed him for no good reason? We didn't kill him! We didn't even hang him! He was dead when... And he takes a breath, wheezing. Shut up, Angus, says Elizabeth. He was dead before you hanged him. Shanky says, fatty. The little guy hits Angus on the back of the head, a loud snap. Say one more thing to the cops and Al. Titus says, Dennis! Titus roars, stand down or I'll beat your head in. Theo, he points to the old man, take your hand off the belt. This isn't 31. I've got this under control. The room falls quiet. So quiet, you can hear Angus wheeze. Angie, where's your doggone inhaler? You sound like you're dying. I left it at home. I can't get it. I'm too screwed. He grabs his chest. I'm sorry. Why are you so doggone fat, Angus? Says Elizabeth, and she snaps at him. Now it's all pointless because of you. You wasted my time. I told you, Titus. She turns to him. I told you to just give her up. Titus says, Lizzie, and he turns to the fixer. Your help is no longer needed here. Go tell Everard. Fine, I'll tell him. After a long walk along the coast, she walks off without looking back. What just happened between these two, says Suggestion. And Rhetoric says, you're in. He's all yours. Questions? We can whisper to Kim, we did it, Kim. But they'd probably check that out. Sorry I made you guys fight. Me too. Kim, we did it! The lieutenant gives a smile that only you can see. So you didn't kill him. He was already dead. Titus nods. You hanged the corpse to cover up the real cause of death, the bullet in his head. Another nod. Why? Because the girls asked us to. They were in some crap. Did she kill him? Cop, says Titus. I have no idea. The girl says she didn't. We pass an empathy check. He doesn't think she did, or at least he hopes she didn't. What happened Sunday night? Claus J came down. He points to the stairs. She seemed really out of it, drugged up, even more than usual. Bug-eyed and gurning, not in a fun way. It looked like she'd redosed after something went down. I've seen that look before. She was scared. I knew someone had died. How did you know? We can ask. And he says, I've done this job for 10 years. I've seen it before. It's the politician in the motel room with the dead hooker scenario, only in reverse. Good analogy, boss, says Shanky. The rat-faced man snickers. You don't get to talk yet, Shanky, he points at him. You're still on the bench. And you keep taking it easy too, Angus. And he turns back to us. What happened then, we can say. And Titus says we went upstairs. Sure as day, the merc was dead. And there was a bullet hole through the window. Doggone. He scratches his chin. Dirty sheets and bottles everywhere. Tibbs patched the window. And the corpse we hanged. Who's Tibbs? The 8th Hardy. Nah, he's my brother. He's in the window replacement business. And we pass an empathy check. Right now he's grateful he hasn't gotten his brother into this mess. If Claus J didn't kill him, why the cover-up? You may have noticed our girl's in some crap of her own, says Titus. Two options. Yeah, I told you she's not what she seems. She's had special training for something shady. Or, I didn't notice anything. What kind of crap are we talking about? Well, we can try the first one, because we did notice she had some special training. And he goes, oh, you meant that kind of training? Like a spy? And he scratches his chin. Maybe the kind of people who are after her, I guess she'd have to be. These people. Who are they? They're powerful, he says. He looks out the window, connected to the moral intern. She's clearly afraid for her life. Says if she shows up in your systems, she'll be ghosted away. And why would you help someone like that? By taking on a murder. Why would I? And he shrugs. I guess we abide all sorts of runaways and losers here. It's a Martinez thing. So who killed the merc then? And he leads, we can ask, and he says not yet. Just some ideas. She says the shot came from outside, behind the window. So that's a clue. What are you thinking? We can say. And he says, I'm thinking someone's past caught up with them. Either hers or his. Hers, you mean? I mean the people after Claus J. Maybe the shot missed. Maybe it was meant for her. I like that, says Eugene. The young guy nods. Been thinking the same thing myself. And you had ideas about his past, too? I do, says Titus. One of those mercenary buddies of his could have done it. They got guns, training, years of bad blood, probably. Or it could have been someone else from Krenel. He pauses to think. Tell you what I'd do. Check out the coast for vantage points. Maybe consult with a ballistics buddy of mine. That's what I'd do if I wasn't too busy doing this clown dance with you. What idea was it to hang him anyway? Hers? in a manner of speaking, he says. What do you mean? And he says, we had help from another girl. It was her idea to hang him, and I liked it for political reasons. It sent a good message. It's her, isn't it? The missing 8th Hardy? That's the other girl. The big guy turns to Glenn, who's about to say something. The blonde shuts his mouth before a word escapes. I'll say it again. Titus turns to us. All the Hardy boys are right here, cop. That woman is just affiliated with the boys. You don't know her anyway. We can say, it's okay for there to be a Hardy girl, Titus. And he goes, his face sets like concrete. He shakes his head solemnly. We are Hardy boys, and that's it. Sure, but can you tell me anything about this affiliate? Name, location? Nope, says Titus. You're not getting to her. It's Claus J you want to talk to. All right, well, thanks for this, Titus. I'll talk to her for the last time. You do that. He grabs his beer and swirls it in his hand, then thinks of something. Hey, cop, before you go. Suddenly, the wind picks up outside. You hear it rattling the large window in their frames. It carries papers, circles the whirling rags in a warm column. He looks up. Claus J came to Martinez to hide. Many of us did. This is where you wash up when there's nowhere left to go. The Union takes you in. Now, she's refused that protection, but still, after all this headache, but you would still prefer if we didn't take her away? That's right, says Titus. If we didn't take care of the people who end up here, this place would just be a couple of ruins and some cargo containers. We'll take that into account, says Kim. The lieutenant slides his notebook into his coat pocket, and he turns to leave. Well, we did it. We had to take cigarettes, but we did it. Let's go talk to her. All right, now for the real story.
It's always good to see you.
She cracks a weary smile, leaning back against the railing. We pass an empathy check. Something in her demeanor has changed. She's tired, consigned to her fate, to being here with you and what's to come. The Hardy boys told us what really happened. I understand, she says. She puts her coffee mug on the table. You don't look surprised. You were expecting this? I knew there was a chance you'd get them to tell you. It's what you do. You're the police. She winces. For what it's worth, I'm sorry for wasting your time. Kim says, if you knew we would find out eventually, why did you waste our time? Because of the Hardys, says Claus J. I couldn't just dispense with them. They were only trying to help me. And she looks at her feet. Out of the crap I'd gotten into. Is she implying the Hardy boys are the law? The Hardy boys are not the law. We are, we can say. And she says, I know that, but the people around here, they don't see it that way. And if I'm to stay here, I need to get along with them. Well, I mean, it's a good enough reason for me, so I'll say, cool, I'm satisfied with this explanation. I am not. There is more here, miss, says Kim. You're right. There is more. More? You answer to the coalition government, and by extension, the moral intern. She reaches for a new cigarette, and we pass a reaction speed check, briefly glancing over her shoulder to the sea, as she's done time and time again. A grand expanse of water reaches over the bay and to the horizon, golden gray in the noonlight. What lies beyond it? The pale, the Mundi Isola, the Occident, and then Orange, the old, old world. Is that why you're looking over your shoulder? You're afraid of the moral intern? She nods. You share a database with them. You send people to their courts. And she lights a cigarette. What's going on? What did you do? Just business, but bad business for some people on the moral intern. If I showed up in your records, officer, they will find me. They will. What happens if they do? They will kill me, sir. If you file my name, take me in for questioning, enter me into the moral intern mill. There's a wince and a pained little smile. Well, then I'm screwed. For nothing. This murder didn't have anything to do with me. What did you do to have these people after you? We can ask, and she says it's not nice, but it's not illegal. Not here in Revacol, or even in Orange. What exactly did you do, says Kim. Industrial espionage, says Klaus J. I joined a business collective with the intention of betraying them. I did my job well enough to be asked to do it again. With a bigger company, the kind you really, really don't screw with. I took their ledgers, 2 decades worth of accounting. Kim taps on his notebook. I need the names of the companies involved and who hired you. The job was Luzduin County Savings Bank. They sound small, but they're part of the Luxcap conglomerate. That was the second job. The first was some printer company. You wouldn't know them. But she really destroyed them. She still feels it. As to who hired me for the job, I don't know. But they're after me too, along with Luxcap and their friends at the MI. She breathes out heavily. Once you're done in the competitive intelligence circuit, you don't have allies. You're radioactive. Well, great options. But I'm sure there are people who have done much worse than that. And she goes, sure, I'm not a war criminal, but it was bad. People lost their jobs. Good people, too. Not just C-suite. She shakes her head at the thought. A lot of people got hurt, she concludes, but that's just more of my crap you shouldn't have to deal with. You're solving a murder. Our empathy tells us that that can wait. Look her in the eyes, there's more. What did you do? She looks down, then into your eyes. One of them killed themselves because of me. Well, we could really rub it in and say, that's bad. How do you live with yourself? Or we can be empathetic and say, that's not easy to deal with. How do you deal with anything? She says. It's all just... She looks at you with pleading eyes. How do you do it? We could say, by not remembering a single doggone thing. Or we could say, I'm a cop. I do what's right. Or we can say, I don't either. Well, so far, clearly, Harry here has been dealing with it by drinking himself to death. So, number 2. That would do the trick, yes, she says. She almost devoured the cigarette she lit. She looks at it sadly. Well, what happened here the night he died, we can ask. And she says, we were there. She points to the window. The silhouette of the bed is visible. Together, in bed, I mean. Tell me exactly what happened. Okay. She takes a deep breath. He was in a kneeling position. And something happened. I was on my back, looking at him. I heard the window behind me shatter, and I turned to look, and there was a hole in the glass. I turned back to him. She breathes out, a moment's silence. His eyes were looking through me, and his mouth was open, dumb. I could see... A great pain moves through her, a dark and indefinite wave. She continues in spite of it. I knew he was dead before he fell down on top of me. We were right. He did enjoy the moment of his death. Do we mention this? Jeez, this is just awful. Welcome to member Vornolf I mean, we know that he enjoyed the moment of his death. Do we say that to her? Let's see what happens if we say that to her. So my feeling was right earlier. He was enjoying the moment of his death. Yes, but how did you know that? He just had a hunch, says Kim. Detectives have those sometimes. A direct hit. The lieutenant looks at you in acknowledgement. Then what happened? He was heavy, so I pushed him off and he fell to the floor. There, and she points through the window. He only had his boots on. I bit the pillow, not to scream, then ran downstairs. There's a long pause. She just stands there, her arms at her sides. Then she continues. I waited for the second shot to come. For me, I thought there would be one, but it never came. She's forgotten about her cigarette. The butt has burned right down to her fingernail. So it wasn't her. The hit wasn't for her. The assassin kills him. She pushes him over and then lies in bed in full view of the window. And another shot does not come out for her. Either the assassin thought that he killed her, or she wasn't the target. Your cigarette, miss, we can say. Oh. She looks at it and quickly tosses the butt aside. I'm sorry this happened to you. So am I. She immediately proceeds to light another cigarette. This poor girl. My God. Kim says, what time was this? When did it happen? It would help us if you could be as precise as possible. 11:30, 12:15. I don't know the exact time. Around midnight? That's okay. And he makes a note. Were you inebriated? Not as much as usual, she says. He'd done a line, plus other things. I was drinking. Wait, Titus said she was gurning her jaw off. Much more than usual. Titus said you look pretty high. Oh, yeah. She tilts her head. I did one of his lines, just to clear my head. Good thinking. Clear your head. You should clear your head. Get into his mindset. Did you hear the shooter in the course of this? No, she says. Well, what did you do then? Nothing. I was trapped. I was stuck in my room. Downstairs. I got some clothes on and crawled back up. Drew the blinds. Blood was coming from his mouth. Not a lot, just a little. He was still on the floor, slouched. I couldn't be there with him anymore, so I ran down and out of my room, into the hallway, down the stairs. I knew there would be people there. Run, woman, says Empathy. Run past them and out into the street where it's dark and people move, to the lorries and the intersection, as far as you can. Well, why didn't you run away from here, we can say. As a matter of fact, why are you here now? I already ran. I ran from an entire Isola. I can't run any further. Not with these people. This is as far as it goes. Well, what happened after you ran downstairs, we can ask. Sylvie was tending the bar, and she looks down. A lot of people were there. The Hardys were at the table in front of the stage. I think the Union box was full. Ruby was there, too. They were having such a good time. She pauses. I sat down, and they all welcomed me. I didn't even have to say anything. Ruby knew something was wrong. Ruby, the other woman, the Hardy girl. Before we continue, who is Ruby, we can say? Ruby, you know, the leader. The leader of what? Of the Hardy Boys, she says. She says it as if it's self-evident. I thought the Hardy Boys was the leader of the Hardy Boys. Well, nominally, yes, says Claus G. Ruby is the one they go to when things happen, like things they need taken care of. She's the organizer. This Ruby, in her phrasing, is entrusted with the great power. She trusts her, and so do the others. Okay, let's go on. What then? Welcome, new member Vornlaff. Jared says, hey, Ox, excited for Wasteland 3. Love what you do. Thank you. Vladimir says, this boombox music is really annoying. Is it? I'm kind of getting into it. All right, I'll take the boombox off after the dialogue. Well, Ruby said, let's talk upstairs. I showed her the room. I've known these people since December. They know my situation, that I can't leave a paper trail. Ruby was the first one I told. She said she'd take care of this. It's what she does, you know, take care of things. I helped her get the body to the bathroom. We used a belt to pull him up under the shower to keep him upright. To mislead you, they were tampering with the body. To produce lividity, matching a hanging? Yes. We completely missed the tampering. It looks like you got it there in time. What was this, 20 minutes after the death? About 20, yes. Ruby explained it would make the blood. You know what it does? She looks to the ground, then raises her light brown eyes to meet you. Then what did you do? Ruby went outside to talk to Titus and the boys. I was just looking at Lele in the bathroom. I had to put his clothes back on. His armor, too. It was tough, but I've seen him take it off and put it on so many times. It took Ruby maybe half an hour to come back with Titus. I'd gotten him ready by then. They carried him out. I knew what they were going to do, make it look like a hanging. Ruby said they would. What did you do while they were hanging him? Ruby said to wait here. She also said I wouldn't see her for a while, that we should lay low or something. So I did. This Ruby, where is this Ruby now? I don't know. I haven't seen her since. We will need to take this question to the Hardy boys, says Kim. Well, when it happened, did you hear a gunshot? When he was shot? And she thinks. I may have. I don't know. I couldn't hear anything over the glass exploding. The gunshot wasn't that loud. This is something to keep in mind when assessing the distance of the shot. Well, we can ask, why would we have this option? If we already know he was shot, and if we already know that it was shot through the glass, why would we ask her if she killed Lele? We could do it. And she goes, what? And she gathers the last vestiges of her strength. Why would I put myself through this insanity? Get myself cornered like this? There's silence. The wind picks up. He wouldn't have died if it weren't for me. I know that, but I would never hurt him. All kinds of crazy things happen when drugs are involved. Sweet, sweet drugs. It could have been a desire murder, maybe an act of jealousy. Now you guys suddenly have theories pouring out when they're obviously just stabs in the dark. Thanks, Volition, for having our back. Well, downstairs people have this crazy idea that you killed him. It's okay if you did it in self-defense. Desires drive people loco. Drugs were an integral part of your relationship. Perhaps they contributed to his end. Let's try number 4. And she says, what does that mean? Do drugs make you aggressive? No, she says. She shakes her head. People don't take drugs to kill each other. They take them to feel okay with each other. I thought you Revical people would be more enlightened on this. She pauses. I'm sorry, officer. I'm under some stress here. You know, desires drive people loco. She simply shakes her head. She has the training for it. You've known it since she first greeted you here on this roof. It's okay if you did it in self-defense, we can say. I did not kill him to defend myself from rape, she says. I told you before, that wasn't what happened. Well, downstairs, people have this crazy idea that you did it. I'm sad to hear that, she says. They must have said it in some fit of frustration or under pressure. They couldn't have meant it. I've talked to them after it happened. No one has implicated me. She's getting scared now. Of you, the downstairs people, all of it. Okay, well, I'd like to answer some other questions, miss. Like what? She waits, her light brown eyes wandering over the floor, over your face. Could the people after you have killed him? That's the first thing that went through my head when I heard the glass break. And? I thought they'd found me. They've killed him to punish me. All last week I've tried not to talk to anyone or be seen with anyone. She looks at the cigarette so they wouldn't be hurt. I've come to understand, however, this is paranoia. What happened didn't have anything to do with me. But maybe it did, we can say, and she says, I just don't know. She shakes her head. I don't know anything. Kim says, we can't go after Luskop. Not yet. There are other, saner leads. I don't ask you to, Lieutenant, she says. If there's one thing I know, it's that you'll get nothing from there. Why didn't you call the cops? Or why did you call the cops if you're in hiding? Because I'm an idiot, she says. The answer comes fast, which is an indicator of truth. I don't think so, we can say. Why did you do it? And she says, you have to understand. People around here, no one was making the call, and he kept rotting. And then they picked his clothes off, and that little jerk threw stones at him. He kept throwing stones at him for 3 days. I could hear the thud. Thud. She shakes her head. So I called you. I hope with all my heart it's not the last thing I do in Revacol. When was the window changed? We can point at it. Last week, she says. Angus and Titus's brother. I think he's called Tibbs. Took care of it. She takes a drag. You should have another look at the window after this. Reconstruct the scene. It's right there. In her bedroom? Inside? Yes. You see the glass sparkling out of the corner of your eye. I think we're done here for now. She nods silently. She doesn't even smoke, just picks up the cold coffee and holds it in her hand. The lieutenant glances at you and then at the door. He's thinking, are we done here? Or maybe you should take her to the station for safekeeping. She lied to you, and she's a flight risk. Well, we could try to pass a drama check to say, in God's name, wake up! But our skill check is low. I mean, we only have a 3% chance. But let's try it. I mean, it's a white check. But we are awake, sire. She has been forthcoming with sordid details women usually conceal. Most shocking details of the sexual kind. We are a bulwark, unbreached. Get a hold of yourself just once, will you? Try to look past the sexuality, lax morals, and do some police work. So you say, but give us one example of deceit. Just one example. Just a proposition. Could the lurid explicitness conceal something less sensational but more illegal? Who is this personhood picking these seditious options? Can't you see the detective grows weary of your malcontent? Stop staring at her eyes and say something pertinent to the case. This is making you look like an amateur. It looks like this one's not waking up. You'll have to do it without pushing her further, at least for now. So with her, we now have 2 white checks, a drama check and a volition check, both of which are very, very difficult, so we can leave. Instead, we can see, what's this? Inland Empire. As you look back, you think, so love did do him in after all. I was right. If it weren't for her, he would not have been there. The shot would not have connected with his soft palate. We could say it killed him and look at her. Do we say that looks like love did him in after all and turned to her? I don't think she could take it. She's already so broken over it. We could say it killed him and we can look to her. No, communism killed him. Remember? Love made it possible. You know this much. So then we can turn to her and say, love. It looks like love did him in after all. She is silent, holding onto her coffee mug. No vapor rises from it. It's cold. Remember this silence. The lady is dangerous. People suffer around her. We can say nothing and let her answer, yeah. She finally breaks the silence. I'd like to think he didn't love me, or that it was chemically induced and not real. Why, we can ask. And she says it's easier that way. And she takes a sip. Was it real? I don't know. She looks down at the yard, then back into her coffee. Real as anything, I suppose. What is communism in this? You do not know. A wind of needles, airships flutter in the stratosphere. How do I know all of this then? Who knows? It's getting cold out. You should go. And we can finish the thought. The window. We have to go back inside to examine it. All right. I will put the boombox away. This window is pristine on the inside, unlike the one next to it. Light from the desk lamp reflects off the glass in an untarnished golden halo. This window was recently replaced. Looks like it, yes, says Kim. He adjusts his glasses. You know which window has not been recently replaced? The one I smashed in my room, we can say. Yes, that one, says Inland Empire. Cold wind is seeping in right now, just one floor below you, messing up your concentration here. And the horrific necktie chimes in. Stop distracting him. He has work to do. Plus, if I recall, the window had been giving him crap ever since he got there. Well, we can pass a visual calculus check to say what happened here. We've heard what happened. And we still fail it? A vague sense of disappointment fills us. The glass shimmers as if taunting us with its secrets. You get the feeling this room would tell you something crucial if you only knew how to listen. Tell me, again, Kim, what are we looking for here, ballistics? I'm not exactly sure either, to be honest, says Kim. My imagination has a way of failing me. It's a weakness, he admits after a pause, looking in the direction of the stairs. Well, come on, visual calculus, we heard what happened. Did I have any visual calculus gear that I could have put on? No, I didn't. And I had already smoked a cigarette. +1 to intellect. Let's try it. Oh, it's still locked. That didn't help. All right, well, what if I put something into visual calculus? And I can't level it up. Well, I guess we just got to come back once we level up. Doggone it. All right, time. And I'm over. Let's save. There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, there's part 7 of Disco Elysium. And man, did we make a lot of progress today. The plot thickened in a very thickening way. And it shared some very gruesome details, which we had to self-censor, you know, for the sake of YouTube and all that. But we got there in the end, and I'm really excited to continue to figure out this game's plot. For the week, I've got many live streams for you. Tomorrow, it's going to be Wasteland 3. Also, by the way, I posted my schedule on Twitter, but I made a mistake. I said that I'm going to be able to do a live stream of Wasteland 3 on Thursday, but I'm not going to be able to do that. I just remembered I have a conflict during the day. I'm still going to be able to do Scotch and Smoke Rings and Resident Evil 7 later on, but I won't be able to do Wasteland 3 during the day. I'll update Twitter later on. But lots of live streams. Horizon Zero Dawn for Wednesday, Scotch and Smoke Rings with Resident Evil for Thursday, and then Witcher 3 for Friday. Not to mention Wasteland 3 for tomorrow. So, lots of cool stuff to look forward to. Thank you all for joining me today. If you like my live streams here on YouTube and you want to keep me here on YouTube, the best thing you could do is become a member. Your memberships mean the world to me and really help grease my gears, so to speak, allowing me to stay here on YouTube. So thank you very much to all of the members and all of the super chats, but most importantly to each and every one of you who comes and watches me here on YouTube and Facebook and Periscope every time I go live. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your Monday, and I'll see you all very soon with more lore videos and more live streams. Bye-bye now.